have a severe thunderstorm watch up for a good portion of South Carolina, and that is where we expect the primary threat to be in the form of wind or hail. Again, we can't rule out the chance that we get a tornado in this area, but the greatest chance of seeing a tornado is going to be portions of North Carolina, essentially from App State through Mount Airy into Greensboro, the Winston-Salem, the Triad, and even into portions of Raleigh, Durham, and the Triangle is where we could see a tornado threat today if that were to come to fruition. And so that's why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm watch for most of South Carolina and the Piedmont of North Carolina, but a tornado watch for other portions of North Carolina, including that Triad region, just because that's where the chance of seeing tornadoes is the highest. We have scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now some of the latest watches and warnings from the National Weather Service, and they've got offices throughout the Carolinas monitoring all of this activity that is going on, and it is going to be our role today to bring those to you in live real time as they come about, so that we can be sure to keep you informed. So let's go ahead and go through some storms right now. We'll go ahead and turn the watches off. And we'll start here essentially from left to right, from west to east. We do have a special weather statement here in the McCormick area of South Carolina. This, again, a special weather statement is essentially the Weather Service's way of giving us a heads up that there's a strong but not yet severe storm. And so what that means is that they're saying, hey, we're watching this. It's probably notable for the folks who are in this area, whether that be for heavy rain, maybe 40-mile-per-hour winds, or lightning. Again, the threshold for severe is 60-mile-per-hour or quarter-size hail. So you can see right now we do have a thunderstorm coming out of Calhoun Falls, moving off here to the south and the east. It's probably raining cats and dogs right now in Mount Carmel. This, again, winds about 40 to 50 miles an hour, so we're just shy of that severe threshold, and this is going to be impacting areas in McCormick, Lincolnton, Eli Clark State Park, McCormick County Airport, Hamilton Branch State Park, Lake Strom and Thorman, Bobby Brown State Park. There's a long list here, but hopefully that kind of lays the land for you, and we'll watch as that moves its way towards Edgefield, Aiken, and Augusta here in the next little bit. We also have a strong but not yet severe thunderstorm in the upstate of South Carolina coming out of Wilmington, and it's heading towards Gray Court. This is actually going to be moving towards I-26 in the next few minutes, and those winds right there at that 50-mile-per-hour threshold. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured areas. Locations impacted by this do include Fork Shoals, Williamston, Gray Court, Hickory Tavern, and Princeton, and so we'll watch for this storm. And you can also see this storm has the characteristics a little bit where it's got a little bit of these little notches in it, and those notches are going to be where we could see spin-up tornadoes today in these kind of isolated, discrete cells. So when I see something like that, that's something we're going to keep a close eye on. We also have one of the larger special weather statements right now. This is coming out of the Spartanburg area, again, moving off to the south and the east. Raining right now, really heavy in Hickory Grove, coming down towards Jonesville. We just got an update there on the radar, and you can see it's already now beginning to rain in McConnells and York, both the city and the county. Not seeing much in the way of lightning right now, but what the National Weather Service indicates to us that they're watching, of course, is that wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour or so. So Reedsville, Croft State Park, Cowpens, Spartanburg, this is moving away from you now, and we'll wait to see. They'll probably redraw that as a new special weather statement here in the next few minutes. Where I am in Charlotte, you can see the live camera above me. We do have clouds, we do have rain, but nothing strong or severe right now. I'm going to go ahead and switch our radar over to the Raleigh radar. That's going to be the best way that we can see a little bit what's happening over Stanley County. Albemarle, we know you guys had flash flooding yesterday. You don't need much in terms of rain right now to get back to that severe weather threshold. So hopefully we don't get there as we're keeping a close eye on these storms today. But we can see right now we do have thunderstorms. You can see the lightning indicated here on the radar for portions of Stanley County, right up against Rowan and Cabarrus County, coming into maybe Montgomery County in the next few minutes. No special weather statement on that right now. This blue area, this is a mesoscale discussion that's going to expire and go away in a few minutes. It's the precursor to the watch, and now that we have the watch, we essentially don't need that mesoscale discussion. We were starting to see the first areas of storms starting to develop now over towards the triangle. A few areas of strong showers off now to the west of UNC. And we'll watch to see what those do over the next few minutes. We'll switch also over to the Roanoke radar. This is the best way for us to see what's going on in the mountains. You guys got some storms a little bit earlier. We can see heavy rain right now in the Sparta area, a little to the south of there. Again, not much in the way of lightning and no special weather statements on that right now. So it's those special weather statements that are going to kind of be the precursor. And the strongest of the storms right now are in South Carolina. We don't see severe weather right now in South Carolina, but that's where the potential is as we make our way towards the 3 o'clock hour, that some of this could reach that severe criteria. So reading some of your comments right now, Madeline, will Albemarle or Clayton, North Carolina eventually get a watch? You guys are already in a severe thunderstorm watch, so you guys are included, I'm pretty sure. And if you're not, you will be, but let's put the watches back up on the screen here. Okay, you guys are just right at the cutoff. Yes, we expect that the National Weather Service will move that watch to the east here over the course of the next little bit. It's going to kind of slide as the storm threat slides on through, Madeline. So yes, appreciate you guys checking in so far. Appreciate some of the earlier troubleshooting help. We do have a comment from Vicky Lee. Had a downpour here, Lake Robinson and Greer. Yes, certainly some heavy rain. You know, that's kind of right where things started kicking off, is in that upstate area. So let's see right now where some of the activity is, and we'll go ahead and we'll change our Charlotte camera out, I think, to our York County camera from our, again, our friends at WeatherStem with their great camera network across the Carolinas. They really help us keep an eye on things, and so we can show you exactly what's happening on the ground, because that's really key, because radar is wonderful, but able to show you exactly what's happening on the ground really helps you grasp what exactly all these cultures are translating over to. So we're going to go ahead here. I should have this camera. I always forget if I put it under Rock Hill or Fort Mill, because they're pretty close together. And the camera is kind of right on the border, but here is the WeatherStem camera powered by WeatherStem and South Carolina Educational Television right there on the screen. And so as you look at radar, we've got that denoted for you on radar. The location of that camera, again, is right on in here, just north of Rock Hill and just south of Fort Mill. And so we can see some of that heavy rain off in the distance. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to switch my radar now over to velocity. And this is how we detect winds inside storms using radar. And what we're looking for today is not only the classic that might be an indication of tornadic rotation, but also just straight line winds or downbursts, because again, a lot of those storms today are going to produce damage by wind. And so right now what we're seeing from radar estimates is that this storm over York County does have winds 50 to almost 60 miles an hour. So wouldn't be surprised if we at least get another special weather statement from the National Weather Service in the course of the next few minutes. And whether or not that makes its way all the way to a severe thunderstorm warning does seem possible, because again, as we switch back over to reflectivity, which is showing us the intensity of the rain, but it's what most of you at home are probably used to looking at. We'll put it into motion here, and you can see how these storms are at least holding together, if not increasing in size and strength, as they move essentially due east here, coming out of Spartanburg over towards York County, South Carolina, eventually into Union County, North Carolina. We're going to go from Union to Union with the proximity of two similar named counties in South Carolina and North Carolina here. And we're going to watch probably for these storms to intensify, because despite this view right here showing you that it's relatively cloudy in Fort Mill right now because they are kind of in the thick of the storms, I'm going to show you a couple different angles if I can, because it's where the sun is shining that things are going to allow some of these storms to intensify. I was hoping to pull up another Charlotte camera. That one's not working for me right now, but let's see, Columbia. I bet you Columbia's probably got some sunshine right now, and we know the weather stem camera there will give us a good view downtown. And you can see, again, mix of sun and clouds. It's that beautiful sunny weather that can almost be misleading as you're out and about this afternoon going, it doesn't look that stormy, James. And that's actually what's cooking the atmosphere up and creating some of that instability, is the fact that the sunshine out there is going to be warming up the atmosphere. So we'll, again, be keeping a very close eye on that. We know some of you are watching from Greenville, South Carolina. You guys kind of had first licks with this storm, and here's a look from WeatherStem right now. The conditions there, I think this camera's positioned kind of at a higher elevation, looking back down towards the city, if I've got my bearings right on it. And so you can kind of see how conditions right now are probably some improved from what you guys were describing a little bit earlier of some of those heavier rains coming up through. But again, we'll keep a close eye on Rock Hill here in South Carolina, where some of the stronger storms are moving through right now. Continuing to monitor using radar, we can see that some of these storms, again, do have a little bit of a characteristic on them where maybe they could rotate up or spin a little bit. So as we look at right now the storm that is near Woodruff, South Carolina, this is just south of Greenville, Spartanburg here, we're at least getting radar indications of about 30 miles an hour or so, but I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion because I just want to kind of see how the winds are behaving. And again, we're going to watch, where the red blob is on your screen. Those are winds moving away from the radar. We're relatively close to the Greenville, Spartanburg radar in Greer, so we'll be getting some pretty good indication of what's going on with this storm. That is, if the radar loop ever wants to load it. It seems to be inevitably thinking right now. Stop, start, there it goes. Okay, so, we just got a special weather statement on this storm, just popped up, but you can almost see how fast this storm is developing, because as I pause it, this is about 2:45. This is about live time. This is the latest image. But you can see that it really only grew in the last 15 minutes or so as those winds started to come out of Simpsonville. So we'll switch this back over to reflectivity, kind of show you again the life cycle of the storm right now. Here's live at about 2:45, and we'll take you back to about 2:30, and you can see how this storm kind of really does get a little bit more organized here as we get to the latest radar image now at 2:47, watching as it comes towards Interstate 26. It's near Woodruff right now. The National Weather Service has just issued this special weather statement telling us that they too are seeing wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour with the storm moving east at 40 miles an hour. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. The impacts from these storms could be felt in Woodruff, in Cross Anchor, and in Fountain Inn over the course of the next 30 minutes or so. Also, it's probably going to anticipate that they will draw a new special weather statement over this storm that made its way from Williamston now towards Gray Court and is kind of bearing down on Interstate 385 and again also Interstate 26. I anticipate that we'll get a special weather statement for Lawrence and Clinton here in the next few minutes, because this one expires in 9 minutes, but you can already start to see that the storm is moving beyond the boundaries of that special weather statement. And so if we switch back over to velocity, taking a look right now, these are some of the areas we got to watch. Some of these discrete cells, the ones that are not in a line, where they have a little bit more freedom to spin around like a ballerina, that's where we could get some of the damaging winds or even a tornadic spin up. So right there where the greens and the reds come together, that's an indication to me that we need to keep a close eye on this storm. We do have here at the Carolina Weather Group access to the National Weather Service chat, and that's a place where the National Weather Service meteorologists are in constant communication with broadcast media and emergency officials in a two-way communication to help gather information, but also disseminate what it is that they're working on right now. So again, they do acknowledge here at 2:50, they're watching several very interesting showers across the upstate. And so, it's not the most most potent environment, but enough that they've got to couple one of these storms right now. We've also heard from the emergency manager in Cherokee County, South Carolina, that they've only got one tree down so far. It's on Thompson Street in the city of Gaffney, and they got a power line down on Chestnut Ridge Road in the Cornith community too. So this will allow us to pass along some of this information to you from all the National Weather Service offices across the Carolinas as we keep a close eye on things, not only here pushing towards the 3 o'clock hour, but all throughout the evening. We'll be passing things off to Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina for essentially part 2 of this storm threat as it moves closer to the coast in a few hours. But again, we're watching right now at least one of these storms in the upstate South Carolina area as it makes its way on through the region. Pulling the radar back out, we do have a more organized cluster. I hesitate slightly to call it a line because it's not exactly a line, but it's mostly for our Georgia friends right now. But this will be impacting McCormick and Edgefield in Aiken County, South Carolina here in the next little bit. And we put into motion again. You can see that motion is really almost due east. So Saluda, this would be coming to you kind of next. But right now it's marching out of portions of eastern Georgia. So just south of Athens there, you can see Watkinsville, Madison, Washington. This is for some strong thunderstorms, some of the most lightning producing storms we've seen so far in our coverage with you here on the Carolina Weather Group. As these storms continue to march off to the east, they'll be kind of crossing into South Carolina in the next little bit. Matter of fact, this one storm right here just south of Madison, it's got a real concentrated area of intense heavy rain and lots of lightning. I wouldn't be surprised if this storm right now is one of the strongest we have on radar and really maybe cycling up. So we'll keep an eye on that. So moving back here across the Carolinas, just kind of moving through, rotating through everything that we have the capability of keeping an eye on here, so we don't get any blinders set. We have no warnings right now across the Carolinas, so we're really just going to kind of keep going, cycling through, getting the lay of the land. Just next to my face here, off to my left on the screen. It's my right in reality, but it's your left on the screen. That is a look at Columbia, South Carolina, courtesy of WeatherStem, also courtesy of WeatherStem right now. Below me is looking at the city of Rock Hill in South Carolina. In the upstate right now, across portions of the mountainous regions of North Carolina, practically into Virginia, you can see again we do have a couple of strong areas of rain. No lightning with this, so I hesitate to even call it a storm. But again, we are watching for some activity now popping up in central portions of the Carolinas, just south of Asheboro, south of the state zoo there along Interstate 73-74 corridor. Just on the west side of that, you can see we do have a thunderstorm here that has been developing over the course of our stream, and you can see how it's marched on in from New London now, making its way towards Seagrove and Star and Biscoe, and it has been producing some lightning. As a matter of fact, just in the last few minutes, it looks like we got 3 or 4 lightning strikes here just off to the west side of Seagrove. Now, lightning is not a criteria the National Weather Service will use to decide whether or not they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but it does give us an indication of the storm's strength and intensity. So we'll switch this over to velocity. You can see we do have winds right now, radar indicated about 40 miles an hour or so. I got to tell you, this is one of those areas where it's really hard to use radar. We're so far away from so many of the radar beams. In this portion of the Carolinas, if only I had a magic wand to plop down a radar here, I would love to. But we're not seeing much in terms of wind or hail right now, at least as best as I can tell. We do anticipate that this area will be filled in with a severe thunderstorm watch, maybe a tornado watch, but probably a severe thunderstorm watch here not too far from now. Let's take you back on down to the CSRA here in South Carolina, and again bordering into Georgia, because we do have now a new special weather statement for those storms that I was just telling you about a few minutes ago. These are the storms that are marching out of Georgia and into portions of South Carolina, and the National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on them. So they've gone ahead and issued a special weather statement that reads as follows. The area of storms with winds gusting up to 50 miles an hour. This is especially of note to boaters who might be out on Lake Strom Thurmond. They should seek safe shelter now ahead of the storm. So if you know somebody's out on the lake, give them a call and let them know this is coming their way. Edgefield, Saluda, McCormick, Johnston, Lincolnton, Ridge Spring, Appling, Clarks Hill Recreation Area, Edgefield County Airport, Elijah Clark State Park, Riverwood, Mistletoe State Park, Wrightsboro, Hamilton Branch State Park, Saluda County Airport, the Strom-Thurmond Dam, the McCormick County Airport, the Thompson-McDuffie County Airport, Trenton and Bradley. You are in the path right now of some strong, not yet severe thunderstorms. They could become severe here in the next little bit and will also impact portions of Interstate 20 between Georgia and South Carolina in the course of the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. We're seeing lots of lightning with these storms right now. Another special weather statement has just popped up as we anticipated for a strong thunderstorm over Lawrence heading towards Clinton, South Carolina. This is for winds of about 40 miles an hour or so. Lawrence, Clinton, Aura, Sedalia. Did I get that right? And Joanna, you're in the line of this strong thunderstorm capable of knocking down some tree limbs, blowing around some unsecured objects. But again, right now, just shy of 3 o'clock, we don't have any warnings to tell you about. We just have a couple of these special weather statements as things begin to cook on up in the atmosphere as we head towards the 3 o'clock hour. If you want to see warnings, we got to go up to Virginia and West Virginia, where portions of this system are now producing severe thunderstorm warnings for areas like Blacksburg and Roanoke. You'll see those on the map appear in a bright yellow polygon. But right now, we are just dealing with the pink special weather statements on the map where we're tracking some of these stronger severe storms. We are seeing big changes right now to our WeatherStem South Carolina educational television camera in York County, South Carolina, where this strong thunderstorm has now moved over portions of York County, South Carolina. I've switched them on your screen. We've got the camera nice and big and the radar in the same location down below here. And you can see how quickly the visibility has dropped as associated with this thunderstorm here. Again, not severe, but probably strong enough that if you got time and you're traveling, pull on over. There's no need to really expose yourself to these decreased visibility. You even see some of the rain blowing around here as associated with this storm. And we're watching for some of these storms to maybe become our first severe thunderstorm warnings of the day. Which one will do it, I don't know, but I'm sure it won't be too much longer before we get our first storm. It's 71 degrees right now at this WeatherStem weather station, which is right on up there on the transmitter for South Carolina Educational Television in Rock Hill. They are, of course, dealing with this strong storm that'll be with them here for the next little bit. We haven't had any lightning associated with this storm, and I'm looking right now. I'm going to wait for an updated wind measurement to see what type of winds this weather station is picking up, and I'm watching the temperatures now drop down to 70 because temperatures will drop as this rain comes on through. So you're looking live right now, courtesy of WeatherStem, at this storm as it rolls on through Rock Hill, South Carolina. Couple comments. Jacob is asking me about Gastonia. Yeah, we could see a couple storms in Gastonia today, but right now that would probably be in the potential of if and when we get like a second wave. Right now the first wave is already past you, Gastonia, so you know, just kind of heed the forecast as we go on through the rest of the day, but nothing imminent right now. Same thing, Jackie, in Asheville. A lot of the areas in North Carolina that are west of Interstate 77, your threat is already kind of past. But again, I've kind of alluded to we could maybe see a second line or second cluster come on through, and that is a little bit of what we're starting to see right now in some portions, like Burke County, Caldwell County, Wilkes County. We do have some rain moving through right now, but we'll keep on it. But right now, the strongest of the storms is with this first wave, which is passing over Charlotte right now without much hubbubaloo. But we are seeing probably a little bit of a different story in South Carolina, where, as these live pictures show you, some of the heavier rain has arrived and is moving through the region. We will wait for an opportunity to take a closer look at some of these storms that are exiting portions of East Georgia into western areas of South Carolina here. As soon as I get a camera that is available to us in this area, be more than happy to show you exactly what they might be dealing with, and those cameras are going to come into play as we get closer to Columbia or even Aiken or Newberry, and of course DOT cameras along the interstate. I don't have anything right now that gives us a good view of McCormick or Bradley, where some of these heavier thunderstorms are putting down. As you can see, lots of lightning bolts here along US 221 right over Bradley, and then this is going to be again going due east, so it's coming towards Saluda in the course of the next 30 minutes or so. I think this is a new lightning strike just off of Interstate 26 here for the storm that the National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg office is tracking. But again, not strong enough to have a warning or anything associated with it. I'm going to go back over to you guys are talking about. So most of us right now are under a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. And a watch means that conditions are primed or developing in such a way that that severe weather mode is possible over the course of the next few hours. And then when that weather does arrive and is threatening, they will go ahead and issue a warning of some sort. So right now, happy to say at 3 o'clock, we don't have any warnings to tell you about, but the reason that everyone is keeping such an extra intense close eye on everything today is because we do have a enhanced risk of seeing severe weather. We're in a tier 3 out of 5. That orange area on your screen right now is where we could see some of the most intense storms, the best chance of seeing severe weather. And not everyone's going to see it because, as you've seen on radar, the storms are relatively scattered across the area. So you might get a storm and your neighbor might not, or vice versa. But the coverage is there wide enough that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued that watch area to go along with this outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. The threat of seeing tornadoes is highest, of course, portions of the triad and into portions of the triangle in North Carolina. That risk is about 5%. It's about 2% for everybody else, so it does exist that we do have the chance of seeing a tornado today, and that's why the tornado watch has been issued for that area, essentially, again, the triangle and the triad. The rest of us are in a severe thunderstorm watch because it's the winds that actually play the greatest probability threat today across the Carolinas. A 30% chance of seeing damaging winds across a large portion of both North Carolina and South Carolina today. And that also does mean that if you're under a tornado watch, you could get damaging winds. And if you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, you could get tornadoes. But in terms of probability, what is most likely to occur, it's most likely that if you are to experience severe weather today, about a 30% chance that you would have these damaging winds of at least 60 miles an hour or so. We do also have the threat for hail of about 1 inch size or greater. About 15% chance, again, that bullseye in North Carolina, but everyone does have that chance of seeing severe weather, and we will have a little bit of a lingering threat as we look ahead to your Storm Prediction Center outlook for tomorrow on Saturday, mostly across North Carolina, but this is now the second of 3 days we've had at least some threat of damaging storms, but again, today's enhanced risk is one of the highest risks types we get here in the Carolinas. It's 3 out of 5. There are 2 other tiers above this that the Storm Prediction Center has used. And we do sometimes get higher risks. But in terms of like what our severe weather threats are here in the Carolinas, this is pretty high by our standards because typically those higher modes are reserved for the Central Plains, Tornado Alley, things like that. So seeing a tier 3 out of 5 today is certainly pretty eye-catching for us and something that doesn't happen all too often, but is something that is a threat for us today on this Friday, May the 30th, 2025. I'm James Brierton, streaming with you from Charlotte, North Carolina as part of our extended severe weather coverage here on the Carolina Weather Group, and also streaming on the Carolina Weather Net, which provides real-time warnings, radars, and sky cams around the clock, even when one of our human beings is not standing here. So please, if you haven't already, subscribe over on our YouTube channel to stay informed of storms around the clock. Live now back out to Rock Hill, South Carolina, where according to WeatherStem, the temperature has dropped down to 67 degrees as they deal with one of these passing thunderstorms that has moved through the area. And here reporting about less than 1/10 of an inch of rain, but I would also say, based on what we can see on radar, this particular camera probably just missed some of the heavier rain as some of the heavier rain moves through again right now. Rock Hill moving into Lancaster, South Carolina, in that peninsula there of Lancaster, South Carolina, and now even moving into portions of North. It's raining now in Waxhaw, Union County, as a part of this same line of strong storms that do kind of seem a little bit more connected than they did before. This is essentially going all the way from Union County, South Carolina to Union County, North Carolina. And we do have a special weather statement for this line. On the west side, it goes for the next 7 minutes or so. We'll wait to see what the National Weather Service decides to do, but this has been kind of that one area that I've been watching a close eye on to see if it's had the chance to kind of develop or spin up at all. Not much right now as it passes over Interstate 26, luckily. We do have another storm. It looks more like gusty winds flowing out of Lawrence towards Clinton. This is the Watts Mill storm right now in South Carolina, also across portions of I-26, right where it meets up with Interstate 385. And so we'll keep an eye on that, because anytime we get kind of one of these appendages, that's what we'll watch for the possibility of something spinning up, but nothing to tell you about right now. Kind of the bigger cluster of storms, probably the loudest thunder and the most lightning we're seeing right now is in Bradley, South Carolina, along portions of US 221 and US 25 here, with this pretty strong thunderstorm now that stretches just outside of Saluda. Let me make the radar bigger for you guys. And so we're watching here for this storm moving out probably as far north as Greenwood and Abbeville, South Carolina, but back towards Bradley, McCormick, down towards Saluda, moving into Edgefield here in the next few minutes. This is a pretty long line of rain, strong thunderstorms that are moving from Georgia into South Carolina, and this is an area that has gotten a lot of rain over the course of the last few days. I have seen pictures and videos numerous times now out of portions of the greater Augusta area, from Thompson over to Aiken County, where roads have been washed out, and to see now that we've got a kind of another training of storms moving parallel with I-20 is not great news in terms of the flash flood threat. It's not going to take much for these areas with already very saturated grounds, high creeks and streams, to kind of move into any sort of flash flooding scenario as this area of storms moves on through. And I almost need to switch on over to the radar outside of Atlanta to see exactly how far back these storms go, because this one area does currently stretch all the way to Saluda to the Atlanta airport in some form or fashion, as this rain marches off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So we'll watch here for not only the wind and hail and tornadic threat, but also the flash flooding potential with some of these storms over some of these areas that have just been inundated with rain over the course of the last couple of days. Go ahead and check in with chat here. Tim, there you go. I was just talking about you. Your yard can't take any more. It certainly can't, buddy. And I'm sorry to say, you've got rain coming. You've got rain coming. Thanks for tuning in. Wish I had better news for you. We have a question about Charleston. Yeah, so Charleston and coastal areas of both North Carolina and South Carolina, the threat for you is coming in a few hours. And when we get a little bit closer to that time frame, I'll be passing off to my Carolina Weather Group colleague, Jared Smith, who will be anchoring coverage for you from Charleston, South Carolina in particular, to keep an eye on this threat. That'll be post the 5 o'clock hour right here on the Carolina Weather Group. And anytime I pause, I'm just trying to take a look around and see, make sure I'm not missing anything. We are getting sunny conditions right now, reported across portions of the area, even some of the areas where it has already rained. Like the rain is continuing to come down right now, as we can see on this WeatherStem camera in Rock Hill, South Carolina, courtesy of South Carolina Educational Television. The rain is continuing to come down there, but you know, there are areas now where the sun is starting to pop back out, and so that actually could help develop the potential for maybe a second line of storms. There's a live look right now over Asheville. We do have clouds, but there is some blue in there, and that will help the atmosphere again continue to heat up any sort of instability that it might need to generate some of these storms. In Boone, it's already had some heavy rain. You can see the wet roadways here. King Street in Boone, but again, cloudy conditions with sun mixing on through, as we also see this shot. Just down the street from that last camera, you can see there is blue there for the WeatherStem camera at App State in Boone, and so that could help some of these storms regenerate here, as we still have several hours until sunset. So we'll take you now out to Columbia. Oh, this is our favorite flash flooding camera in Columbia, and hopefully we don't need it. But it's right down there at Rocky Branch and Whaley Street. Whaley Street? It's Whaley Street, isn't it? This yesterday was a spot where we thought we were going to maybe see some flooding, and we'll watch for that line of storms marching along I-20 to see what it does when it gets to Columbia. But in the meanwhile, right now, any clouds you guys have might help hold off storms, but we'll see how long you're able to hold them off for. We are still seeing some cloudy conditions now atop the UNC Bell Tower at Chapel Hill. So, you know, I don't think most people are rooting for cloudy conditions on a Friday. They probably want that nice sunny weather, but that will help hold off any storms if we're able to keep some cloud cover there. We do have some light rain now falling. Bank of America Stadium, courtesy of WeatherStem here. You can see the skyline of Charleston. Some of you watching from Charleston, here's our College of Charleston camera. Oh, College of Charleston, where are you? This one. Did you guys redesign your website? Do I need to reformat my bookmarks? There we go. Lots of blue sky in Charleston right now, so probably plenty of opportunity for things to get cooking there. Back up to the upstate. If you haven't figured out already, these are alphabetical. Clemson, you got a lot of blue sky, Clemson. A lot of blue sky, and while it's already rained there once already, that could help motivate storms to again get going as we go on through the afternoon. The only thing I will say is that, you know, this line of storms right now that's moving through the region, it's strong but not yet severe. It's hard to say. We kind of have this line of storms moving through. That's going to soak up some of the fuel that's out there. Okay? The sun comes out, it heats up the environment, that helps encourage storm fuel, so that it's just kind of sitting there in terms of warmth and energy. So when the storms come along, boom, they ignite. Now, if these moderate storms come across the region as they are right now and soak up some of that storm fuel, that will use up some of the inventory in the atmosphere. The counteracting force of that will be when the sun comes back out and tries to regenerate the heat and regenerate some of the fuel in the atmosphere. How those two things balance out is going to really determine how strong some of these storms are able to get. But I mean, it's pretty interesting to me, the juxtaposition between these two cameras, right? So here is Clemson, South Carolina, blue skies, things are heating back up. Meanwhile, we've got rain moving through Rock Hill, South Carolina right now, helping to kind of stabilize things a little bit. Tim is telling me that I can tell the septic tank story. So Tim is watching right now with us. Poor Tim does live in Aiken County, and they got so much rain. Wait, he said it says I can tell the story, right? You can tell the septic tank story if you want. Okay, great. So Tim was getting so much rain yesterday that completely saturated the ground, completely saturated and filled up the septic tank, and that in turn caused water to back on up into his washroom, which is not a great experience. But that is a pretty good example of what some of these storms might be able to do, even if they are not producing warnings. Tim, I don't think, was under a flash flood warning at that particular time, but Tim, I'm loading up your video. Here it is. This was yesterday in portions of Aiken County, and you can just see how marshy and swampy and muddy everything got as the water and the ground reached a point where there was just no more room for that water to saturate down into the ground any further. The ground was full, the septic tank was full. The next place it had to go was, unfortunately, Tim's washroom. So, Tim, thanks for letting us share your poop emoji story and explaining to everybody what a real impact might be from some of these storms as they continue to roll on through the area. Do let us know if you experience any impacts from these storms in chat. We'd love to share them. Hopefully you don't get any impacts. Hopefully I've got nothing to share from you all. No news would be good news. Let's see how things are out on the Outer Banks, because the Outer Banks, you've got plenty of time to cook on up here before the storm threat gets to you this afternoon. Very, very blue skies right now in Corolla. Weather stem camera here at the fire station. Very few clouds indeed. Sunblock UV risk right now is probably the biggest impact, but that's going to allow you to really cook things on up as we go on through the rest of the afternoon here. So Elon, do my Elon cameras work? I don't think they do, unfortunately, but my Greensboro camera should. Greensboro, are you there? Earth to Greensboro, come in now. No? Guilford County. There we go. Okay, so we are getting rain now in portions of Guilford County. And this is where that tornado threat could be the highest. As we look at radar here and we switch it on over to the probably the Roanoke view, you can see we do have some light to moderate rain moving on through, and you can see that here on the camera from WeatherStem at Guilford County Emergency Management. And so we'll watch here as some of this rain again creeps off to the east. We do again have some heavy rain that we were watching a little bit earlier just south of Asheboro. Interstate 74 corridor is over Seagrove right now, just north of Star. So Star is probably like, hey, it's beautiful and it's sunny here, but right up the road we are getting some of that heavy rain and even lightning just right there at the edge of our tornado watch as this moves off to the east. It's going to be real interesting to see, given the fact that we've got the tornado watch here. If I switch my radar over to velocity, I'm not seeing anything in terms of rotation as best as we can tell. I mentioned earlier that this is one of the areas in the state where it's just hardest to know what's going on, and that's because the radar beam starts to get several thousand feet off the ground. We've just kind of got a radar hole in portions of the central portions of North Carolina, but even up into sandhills of South Carolina, essentially between Raleigh and Charlotte and Columbia and Myrtle Beach. Right in the middle there, it's really hard to see what's going on. You would think with Fort Bragg, there would be a weather radar there. There's not. And so as we start to get some storms in that area, it's going to be a little hard to know exactly what's going on, which is always where you at home in the comments are super helpful, but also when some of our chasers get out on the road and start chasing things, it would be really nice to know exactly what's going on out there. So we do appreciate, as always, the comments and things that you guys send us so we can pass them along to the National Weather Service. Checking in now with the National Weather Service. I'm trying to see if I've got anything new to pass along. The National Weather Service in Columbia, which does have jurisdiction over this storm cell here in the greater Augusta area, even into portions of Georgia, the National Weather Service in Columbia has jurisdiction of, and they are tracking two small supercells currently in southern Spartanburg and Lawrence County. So they're essentially handing some of those off and keeping a close eye on them, handing them off from one weather service office to the next. They'll move towards Newberry and Fairfield counties here in the next hour or so. The wind shear is strong enough with these storms that the cells have had a hard time maintaining any vertical strength. These storms need to grow vertically in order to get really strong. That's where we'll have the most hail threat as well too. So they're kind of right on the threshold still where we're getting these special weather statements because it's trying to build vertically, and it's just running into wind shear that's just ripping it apart. I did just see a new special weather statement pop up. Okay, so why is there a special weather statement for Chesterfield and southern Lancaster, but not for Chester County, you ask? I ask. I don't know. Because we've got a special weather statement everywhere, linearly, except here. Maybe they're still drying them. So we'll wait to see, because we've got a storm coming out of Union County, South Carolina. Got a storm coming out of Lawrence. We've got storms working their way through York County into Union County, North Carolina. We have a new special weather statement here, but we don't have one here. Now, is it jurisdictions? Maybe. Maybe. But here's what I would say. Regardless of where the polygons are, we've got two small supercells over South Carolina and Lawrence, South Carolina, that are pushing off to the east. So if you're in Chester, there's some small supercells coming your way. Now, what do they do and how strong do they grow? We will find out together over the course of the next few minutes, regardless of whether or not the National Weather Service puts a special weather statement on it. Almost doesn't matter. What is a supercell? So a supercell is one of those discrete storms off by itself where, in ideal scenarios, it would have plenty of opportunity to grow and spin. Ideal from the weather doing the weather thing scenario, not ideal from the damage standpoint, because supercells do have the possibility of creating some of the most intense weather. Tim, I've got your next video here. I'm downloading it now. And so we'll watch to see what these storms do as they continue their march off to the east at about 30 or 40 miles an hour or so. Tim has just sent me another video. This is going to be from Norwood, Georgia. And I will show it to you here on the map in just a second. And I'll also explain where Norwood is. So Norwood is one of those areas outside Augusta that does not need any more rain. It's going to be, hold your shock and surprise, right on in here where it's raining. They've got it about 8.5 inches, according to Tim, in the last, I think he said 24 hours. And let's see this video he just sent us. So you can see more standing water on a dirt road here. It's hard to tell. That's mud and that. Okay, right there. Hold that shot. Okay. This thing here, you could almost trick me into saying that's a river. But that's actually a road. And so this is what prolonged rainfall over multiple days, storms training over the same area again and again will do. And I'm sorry to say that this area is now once again seeing more rain falling. And as these storms exit from this portion of Georgia, they're marching right towards South Carolina, bringing that threat of flash flooding with us. Thank you for those videos, Tim. I wish, like everybody else, you did not have a story to tell, but here we are. So we're still watching right now storms that are prompting special weather statements. Getting a little bit closer on the north side here to some of these storms inside the tornado watch that are producing severe weather criteria. We have a special weather statement out right now for a storm over Mount Airy and Dobson and Elkin. Again, it's going to be moving off to the east. The threat with this one not only is 40-mile-per-hour winds, but also quarter-size hail. So hail that probably is small enough that it's not producing any damage, but enough that it's noticeable and could potentially grow as the storm grows. Because the tornado watch itself is not only for the possibility of tornadoes, but it's also for the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch size hail. We do have, just north of the border into Virginia, a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches, well, if you put the two of them together, it stretches from north of Roanoke, through Blacksburg, through Christiansburg, through Fancy Gap, right on up to the North Carolina border. I mean, this warning is 1 mile from being in North Carolina. Now, this is for storms that should mostly be moving east across Virginia, but they're watching for the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms. And so it's not too terribly far outside of North Carolina. It kind of gives us an idea of what could happen. Tim has sent me another message. The creek at the bridge has crest. Yes, so that makes sense. So of course, there's their nearby waterway in that last video we watched, but Tim, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that's a road that is now flooded out by the Resin Creek. Which is what I was trying to say. All right, let's widen this out. Knock on wood, it's 3:30, and we have not had any warnings inside the Carolinas. I mean, I'll take what wins we could get. And that's one of them for now, is that we have not had any warnings inside the Carolinas. Now, what can we expect as we go on through the rest of the afternoon? Because there's plenty of heating left in this day. Well, let me load up for you our high-resolution rapid refresh model, because that will help paint the picture for you as we go on throughout the rest of the day here. And as we put it into motion, you can kind of see, first and foremost, does this line up with reality? It's about an hour or two behind, right? So maybe reality is more like there. But this is going to be one of the longer runs coming in, so that's okay. So as we go on through the next hour or two, you start to see, again, the storms pushing off into eastern North Carolina, I-95 corridor here of South Carolina as we make our way closer to the 5 o'clock hour. Maybe some of these storms begin to rotate. And then you can kind of see we're still dealing with storms in the Carolinas all the way until, what time is this? This is about midnight. And then we will watch for maybe a couple more storms, more isolated tomorrow. Playing this again, you can still see some of you across the western North Carolina mountains, upstate South Carolina, have asked, like, could we get more? Yeah, you could get a little bit more rain, a few more storms, probably not severe. I think the bulk of the severe is going to be marching with this primary line, because the primary line is going to be coming into areas that have had ample sunshine and no interaction with previous rain. So they will have the most storm fuel to work with as we go on throughout the course of the rest of the day. That's why we do have that enhanced risk. I mean, it's good so far that we haven't had any warnings to have to worry about, but it's still kind of early, and so it's really worth watching, especially in South Carolina right now, where some of these storms are just starting to get going. Because as we've been telling you about, not only is there a flood threat associated with this, but let's switch one of these cameras to Aiken, and let's switch one of these cameras to Columbia. Because more or less, these storms, which are already strong, are going to be moving into untapped areas and conditions, places where the storm fuel hasn't had anything to get in its way. And so there's probably just fuel sitting out there waiting to be gobbled up by some of these storms that should come rolling through the area here in the next little bit. We do have a weather stem camera in Aiken, and I'm going to get it for you here in just a moment. It is, for whatever reason, not on my dashboard, but it is featured on our rotating Carolina weather net, so I know it exists. I know it exists. I'm going to guess my microphone did not pick that up, but we did just have a pretty good rumble of thunder here in South Charlotte. Kind of, really, the first rumble of thunder I've heard the whole time being here with y'all. Bear with me, I'm going to go ahead and get this camera up. We'll check in with chat while it loads. Where are you guys watching from? Drop me a comment here. Let me know where you're watching from, and that'll help me know which areas to watch. Weather stem unit right now in Aiken is reporting 79 degrees. I mean, that is obviously like 80-degree weather. That is just, what do you guys keep saying in chat? Cooking? We've been cooked. Aiken right now is sitting at one of those thresholds where there's just plenty of storm fuel available. And we'll keep an eye on the Columbia camera. The camera next to my head right now is the Rock Hill camera that I'm going to transition over to Aiken as soon as I get it loaded up. Thanks for your patience with me as I get that transition, because I'm going to be real curious to see what this Aiken camera shows as some of these storms move on through. If I haven't already made it abundantly clear how much I love the weather stem cameras, and the fact that they allow us to share them with you is absolutely amazing. Their network is ever growing, and really just helps us show you what's going on, because radar is great, but seeing is believing, right? These live pictures, this is what you're experiencing at home. Not experiencing some sort of fancy radar map. So here's the Aiken camera. And these storms are just now starting to come into Aiken. I'm not sure which way this camera faces cardinally, but we should start to be able to see some of these storms. Because you can see on my map, I've got the South Carolina Educational Television camera from WeatherStem in Aiken marked. And should be coming through here. These storms should be coming through in the next couple of minutes. Hello to Amy, tells me she is watching in Holly Hill. I've got Leaf watching from Raleigh, Slothman in Barnwell. We got a Dad in Chapel Hill, Millie in Mount Airy, Sherry's in Ashboro, where we've seen some thunderstorms just south of you. Eliza is in Raleigh. Mia is in Virginia. Hey there, Mia. If you're near Roanoke, you've got some storms rolling on through. And Autumn is asking about Morrisville. I did almost read that as Morrisville. So Morrisville and much of the Raleigh-Durham area and the Greensboro area have not had a whole lot just yet. But time will tell. Time will tell. So keeping my focus for just a moment, guys, on South Carolina. These are the storms that if I had to bet money, it's probably going to be these storms that, here we go, just went under our first warning of the day. So this is now a severe thunderstorm warned line of storms moving now out of Georgia and into South Carolina. This warning, mind you, is actually quite large, stretching from Columbia through Augusta back down to Thompson, Georgia, about 100 miles from side to side. We've got live views on your screen right now in Aiken and in Columbia as we're watching this now severe thunderstorm that is moving off to the east at 35 miles. I'm going to try to read all the counties in both states. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for McDuffie, Columbia, Richmond, Newberry, Edgefield, Lexington, Saluda, Aiken, McCormick, and Richland until 4:15. at 3:33, severe thunderstorm located along a line extending several miles north of Battsburg-Leesville, all the way to the Thompson and McDuffie County Airport, moving east at 35 miles an hour with winds of 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Expect damage to trees or power lines. Not seeing much right now in terms of hail, which will take every win we can get. No mention in here really of flooding, but as we've already shown you, this area does not need any more rain, and more rain is on its way. This area does include the following highways. Interstate 126, and then it goes on to list a bunch of mile markers. Interstate 120 would also be on this list, along with portions of Interstate 26. So you're essentially going to have all the interstates in Columbia. You're going to have I-26 coming down from Greenville-Spartanburg, and of course you're going to have I-20 from Thompson through Augusta, through Aiken, through Columbia. Let's show you again. This is a live look at that severe storm right now over portions of Aiken County. I would expect, and take note of this now, that on this camera you can see a roadway with cars. When this storm gets there, we're going to watch that visibility drop because we can already see the curtains off in the distance. And I don't know exactly which way this camera is looking, but once this rain gets here, watch for that visibility to really disappear. We're also going to keep a close eye on the lightning potential, because while the main storm, we're getting lightning reports right now in Saluda, Edgefield, Clarks Hill. We did just get a lightning strike out ahead of this in Aiken. So if you have not yet sought shelter and you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, do so for two reasons. One, we have confirmed lightning with the storm where the rain is, but also lightning can strike up to 30 miles away from the rain. Zeus will just take that lightning bolt and throw it like a javelin. So even way out ahead of this line, we could see a stray lightning bolt. That is where we get bolts out of the blue. Let's check velocity here and show you what the winds are inside this storm, because this is primarily a warning for winds. And radar estimated winds right now in Johnston, 61 miles an hour. Edgefield, you two are at that 60-mile-per-hour threshold. Now the radar is pushing almost 60 or 70 miles as we make our way towards Lincolnton, Georgia. The radar beam at that point is going to be pretty high up, so it's probably at least 60 miles an hour. Winds are going to be greater the higher you go up with some of these storms. Also just going to watch to see if anything gets embedded in this storm. We're going to look to see which way the winds are moving. If I put this into motion here, you can kind of just start to get a sense of the winds that are pushing on through. So for instance, if you look right on in here, we got some dark greens. It kind of just shows you the wall of wind that is pushing on through. So as we continue to look here at the storms that are exiting eastern Georgia and coming into western portions of South Carolina, this is the CSRA area outside of Augusta. We now have what is the first and only warning of the day, is a severe thunderstorm warning. Now this does also include portions of Lake Murray. So if you know anybody out on the lake, give them a call, because this is probably already impacting portions of the lake. On my satellite background, you can kind of see the lake is right there. So this is going to be coming over the lake here in the next couple of minutes. And so if you know somebody out on the lake, give them a call on a cell phone or on the marine band and let them know they should be now seeking shelter, because we do have a confirmed severe thunderstorm warning. Some notable organization in this line, and we're looking at the possibility of damaging winds right there along the I-20 corridor. We're also looking at the possibility of decreased visibility. We're looking at the possibility of flash flooding over an already very saturated area. And so we're going to keep a close eye on this area in particular as storms begin to develop here at about 3:40 p.m. I'm James Brierton. You're watching continuing storm coverage from the Carolina Weather Group on this Friday, May 30th, 2025. And so this right now is our #1 game in town. It's not the only game in town. We do have other thunderstorms that are still producing gusty winds, producing a lightning threat, maybe some small hail, but none of them right now at a threshold where the National Weather Service has issued that severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning comes out for 60-mile-per-hour winds or 1-inch size hail. If it were to have a tornado in it, then we would likely get a tornado warning. But those are the three things: wind, hail, and tornado that are going to get us either a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, flash flooding would also be a type of warning we could get. So that is why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning. I forgot that I have this new animation that I can play anytime we get a warning. So there you have it. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now, again, that is in effect for the next 30 minutes and could likely be extended as these storms continue to move east across the Carolinas. This is just probably the first of many. Now, you might just be saying to yourself, James, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. What's the big deal? Well, we should really be treating a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings. Go inside, seek shelter, because we have that enhanced risk of severe weather. Here's another look right now over Aiken County, city of Aiken, from our WeatherSten camera. And we are also able to show you traffic cameras in this area. So bear with us just a second, and we're going to go ahead and get some of the South Carolina DOT or the Georgia DOT cameras up on the screen for you, just so you can see exactly what's going on the ground, because I am a big believer in you seeing exactly what's happening on the ground. We'll also take your comments in chat. If you're in this area, let us know, because we want to know. We want to know how this storm is impacting you. So I'm going to start by pulling up some cameras now. It looks like South Carolina's only got like 1 or 2 cameras in this area. Not much to show you there. So let me try Georgia here real fast. I want to give a special shout out to South Carolina, to Georgia, to Virginia for streaming their traffic cameras online. I wish everyone would do that. Yeah, I'm talking about you, North Carolina. I'm talking about you. Because they don't. And it's a pain point. All right, so where are these storms? Where are these storms in Georgia where I might be able to show you? Okay, they're down towards Martinez. All right, we've got heavy rain right now. Yeah, here we go. All right, so let me show you right now live from Georgia what this severe storm looks like. This is what's coming to the Carolinas. This is a Georgia DOT camera here along I-520 West, mile marker 1 in Richmond County, Georgia. And you can see how poor the visibility is, how poor the travel conditions are, and it has to do with the storm that is on your screen right now. So on the left-hand side of your screen, we have the kind of the Augusta side of the river. On the right-hand side of your screen, the bottom right, we're looking at Aiken County, South Carolina. And then the storm itself is right there on radar for you in the top right as you're continuing to watch severe weather coverage with me here on the Carolina Weather Group. And so we're still seeing lots of people out and about. It's Friday, it's a work day. We do have a tornado warning that is about to be issued for Lancaster County, South Carolina. So let's go right now over to Lancaster County, South Carolina. The National Weather Service has given us an early heads up that they are in the process of putting together a tornado warning right now for Lancaster County, South Carolina. That's going to be right up here south of Charlotte. We're going to switch on over to velocity, and we can see that it's right south of Van Wyck. This is going to be coming right along the state line between North Carolina and South Carolina, Lancaster counties, and Union County in North Carolina. You are going to be most likely under this tornado warning. I'm going to go ahead and drop the special weather statements. We're going to make this a little bit clearer. The area of rotation right now is right here in that panhandle of Lancaster County, South Carolina. And this is going to be coming right along here, right along the state line. Right where I drew that arrow is both the path of the rotation and also where the state line is. And so the National Weather Service right now is putting together this tornado warning for portions of Lancaster. Now, Lancaster is under the jurisdiction of the National Weather Service in Columbia, but Union County is under the jurisdiction of the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg. And in an ideal scenario, they're going to go ahead and they're going to coordinate here. And we're going to get one singular tornado warning. But go ahead right now and get to your safe place if you're in southern Union County, North Carolina. That's JARS, that's Cane Creek State Park or Cane Creek County Park. It's portions of Lancaster, probably north of the city of Lancaster and south of Van Wyck. Pageland, this is going to be coming your way as well. I have it kind of drawn in right now on the screen where I see that rotation, that area of green and that area of pink on the radar. This is where the possible tornado is. The National Weather Service right now is putting together a tornado warning that is going to include this cell and its movement off to the east at 30 miles an hour. Your safe location is going to be the lowest level in the most interior room of a sturdy structure. So a sturdy structure is like a well-built building, ideally not a mobile home or an outdoor facility. So like for instance, if you're at Cane Creek right now, try to move to not a camper, but one of the buildings. We want you the most interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible, so that if this possible tornado were to pick up debris and throw them, you are not near a door, you're not near a window, you're not near an outside wall. You want to use all of those layers as extra protection. Be creative. If you don't have access to a basement, what is the lowest, most interior room in that structure you're in? For example, in my house, I don't have a basement. So for me, I would be heading to the room under the stairs. The room under the stairs in my house is the most interior room in the house. So it's like this little Harry Potter-like nook that hangs out under the stairs. So how do you get as many walls between you and the outside world as possible? The tornado warning is active. It has not shown up on this map due to some data issues that are beyond my control, but I've got it drawn in for you right now. Southern portions of Union County, North Carolina, Lancaster from Van Wyck, now and off to the east. So this does include US 521, State Route 200, State Route 522. We have an area of rotation here that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. I know the polygon is not on the screen due to some data problems that don't originate here at the Carolina Weather Group, but we're watching right now a tornado warning that is, for all intensive purposes, right on in here. And it goes until 4:15. For portions of Chesterfield and Lancaster County, and I'm just going to go ahead and say Union County, North Carolina too, because the tornado doesn't know where the state line is. We'll watch to see if this other little, maybe something here, but right now our primary threat is this guy right on here, right along the state line. I assume that warning is going to show up on our screen sooner rather than later, but regardless, take my word for it, it is there right now. I can actually go into the National Weather Service chat and I can read to you the bulletin. I can't screen share it out of here, although the bulletin's not showing up in here either. All right. We are just going to use our eyes because there's some sort of data problem impacting weather maps, broadly speaking. And it has been flagged to the National Weather Service. But this is going to be Lancaster, Beaufort. This is going to be right here along the state line. This is going to be moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour or so. Give anybody a call if you know them here in southern portions of Union County, in portions of Lancaster County, and even Pageland in Chesterfield County. You are under this warning too. So it's kind of just north of the city of Lancaster, just south of Van Wyck, just south of Jars, and it's moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour or so. We are waiting for it to show up on the map, but that doesn't matter. I've got it drawn in for you. So if you know anybody in this area, go ahead and give them a call. We're going to zoom out real fast and just show you we do have, once again, in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, that is Aiken County, South Carolina, because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. The chance that storms are going to impact us today include wind. So while we normally just hone in on tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning, I want to treat these two things equally because both of these carry the risk of damaging wind. And so you can see right now in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen the live conditions over Aiken County, South Carolina, where this thunderstorm is now over portions of I-20. So all the way from Augusta, Georgia, along Interstate I-20, back towards Columbia, is under a severe thunderstorm warning for the risk of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch size hail, and that continues for the next 22 minutes or so. Again, we do have a tornado warning in effect right now for portions of Lancaster County, Union County, North Carolina, because we do have a couple of areas of embedded rotation inside this storm. They are not as strong as they were when that warning first went out. That warning first going out right about here, about 340 or so, and you can see right where the greens and the reds come together, just south of Van Wyck. That is where the possible tornado was. And at this point, we're looking at almost several areas of kind of weaker rotation, kind of built into the squiggly nature of this storm cell, kind of right on in here like that. And so as I switch back over to velocity, you can kind of see that area I drew where the heaviest rains are. We do have a couple little kinks where we're not getting at this point strong indications between, say, a green area and a red area, but we do see kind of green and smaller green, smaller gray areas up against kind of a pinkish area, and that's where possible rotation is inside this storm. At this point, I will say that it was this portion right here that prompted the warning, but that area right now looks almost just as strong as a couple of these other areas. So while the main area has almost weakened some, there are a couple of areas adjacent to it where the storm is trying to rotate. We're just close enough that it's probably worth replaying on the terminal Doppler radar from Charlotte, just to kind of see what it looked like from this perspective. So again, if I take it back to about that 340 time frame, you can kind of see a little bit more clearly. We had this pretty solid red area away from all the other red areas. And so the red area is wind moving away from the radar, and the green areas are winds moving towards the radar. And so when you get them together like this, that is the rotation of a tornado. When you have all red or all green, that's just wind moving together in one direction or the other. But when they're rotating like that, you get them really close together, mixed together like this. And so this was about 340 or so when the National Weather Service issued that warning. And you can see that the rotation appears to have held together. This is 347 now, just south of that state line, and kind of just really marched right along the state line, which is quite literally this white line that I'm about to outline in blue. That is the line between North Carolina and South Carolina. That is the line between Lancaster County, South Carolina, and Union County, North Carolina. And that's where this rotation is. Now, the National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning for Union County. But I'm going to go ahead and just tell you that there's a bit of a margin of error here with this radar. So if you're in this area of southern Union County, south of Jars, if you can throw a rock and hit South Carolina, you should be in your safe place. This tornado warning does go for another 15 minutes or so. I would love to tell you. But there is a nationwide data problem with the National Weather Service right now. that is causing a problem disseminating information, which also means it may not have shown up on your phone. So thank you for streaming. We always want you to have multiple ways to receive warnings, and one of those ways we tell you is from a friend or family, word of mouth. So if you know somebody in this area, do not assume that they know. I don't really know the extent of the data problem, but it could impact wireless emergency alerts to phones. It could impact third-party apps like WeatherBug. It could impact NOAA weather radios. Give them a call. I will even show you the map that the National Weather Service put out, because hopefully you know that I'm not making this up, but they did send broadcast media the map that they used for social media, and I'm going to show it to you now so you know exactly where the National Weather Service has this warning. It's right on in here. You can see Tradesville is marked. Radar indicated rotation has prompted the National Weather Service to issue this until 4:15. There's a population of 14,000 people here and 3 schools. Possible tornado, possible pea-sized hail as a part of this storm. You will notice the odd shape of the tornado where the left side doesn't really match the right side. It kind of just cuts off at an L angle. That's because we have a jurisdiction between the 2 National Weather Service offices. National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg has jurisdiction of Union County, North Carolina, and they decided not to match the tornado warning that the National Weather Service in Columbia issued for Lancaster and Chesterfield County. Why? I don't know, but that's what they decided to do. I feel about it, the tone of my voice is probably indicating. But that is the National Weather Service in Columbia's tornado warning for Lancaster County and for Chesterfield County. I'm going to keep it on the screen so that you guys can see what the polygon looks like, even as I go and drag radar back up, because I want to know where this possible rotation has gone now. So the possible rotation is kind of hard to tell where it has gone. It's kind of just muddled in here with a couple other areas of rotation. I will also say there's this other guy back over here just north of Fort Lawn who I've not lost track of, because he's not super strong, but he's just as strong as all the rest of them. So we're kind of here, we're watching it, we'll see exactly what's going on. Rick is saying he lives in Lancaster County and his phone did alert him. That is actually a huge relief to know that that went off. Rick, did your phone alert you from the wireless emergency alerts, like the thing that sounds like an Amber Alert, or was it a third-party app? I'd be very curious to know. I've seen a couple different instances now where apps are having issues drawing in some of this data. Why? How? I don't know. I don't know. I can see the polygon at WCNC. Brad Panovich has got a polygon. I can see a couple apps over here that are missing the polygon. Obviously, the one I've got on the screen is missing the polygon. But I'm going to stop talking about that polygon issue because it's not helping. And just say that we do have a tornado warning for another 15 minutes for Lancaster and Chesterfield counties in South Carolina and portions of Union County, North Carolina by the powers invested in me. And that goes for another 15 minutes. I'm going to widen out. I'm going to take it back down here to the CSRA and to Columbia. I want to show you this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, when we get a tornado warning, we typically just stay on the tornado warning, and the thunderstorms are thunderstorms. But because of the enhanced risk of damaging winds today, I don't want to lose track of what is going on down here with this 100-mile-long storm from Augusta through Columbia, because it is bringing gusty winds and heavy rain to an area that does not need any more rain. So you can see right now, we've got some pretty heavy rain, some lightning and thunder in Augusta. And then as I make my way along I-20, you can see this is moving into Aiken. That's the live view next to my face. Matter of fact, that camera just... line says it lost connectivity. Come on back. Okay, it's back. We have rain moving out of Saluda and Edgefield. It's literally along I-20 all the way to just outside Columbia. It's really close to the airport right now, matter of fact. So you'll probably be getting this here in Casey in the next little bit. Lots of lightning associated with it. We do have rain all the way back into Georgia, from Thompson to Greensboro, Georgia. Why is that important? Because again, these areas are so saturated. They do not need this training of rain, but it is coming one way or another. And you can see it there live on your screen right now in the top right. That is Aiken, South Carolina, courtesy of WeatherStem and South Carolina Educational Television. All right. We finally have the tornado warning on the screen. And I think it's because they issued an update. Because you can see the polygon looks slightly different than the one on the bottom right. It doesn't have that like top left notch. So I bet you the National Weather Service, as this is a routine thing, they redraw them. As the rotation moves, they redraw them. And so somewhere in the redrawing process, them republishing it seems to have gone ahead and gotten us the actual polygon. So we'll take down the little clip art and show you now what the text of this warning says. It goes, again, only until 4:15. We'll wait to see what they do after that. But a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Beaufort in South Carolina, or 8 miles northeast of Lancaster, the city. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. The threat with this is a tornado. Of course, winds picking up anything. This will be near Beaufort at 4:05. Locations inside this warning include Camp Creek Fire Station, Taxahoe, Unity Fire Station, Arrowwood Estates, Tradesville, and High Point Fire Stations. Move inside to your safe place right now if you are inside this warning. Now that I can see the warning, and let's make it a little bit smaller on your screen, because that is just... you can see right now it includes portions of US 521, State Route 9. It's kind of just outside the city of Lancaster and just outside of Pageland. So that is the tornado warning that is in effect right now, and is the only tornado warning in effect right now, along with the severe thunderstorm that we showed you further south in portions of South Carolina. Looking at chat here real fast. Again, Rick confirming that his wireless emergency alert went off. Thank you, Rick. The National Weather Service has also confirmed that the WIAs did work for multiple people, so that is really excellent. Rose Queen is asking, is York okay? Yes, York is okay right now. This storm is moving to the east. This storm is already east of you. It is already past to York. Question from somebody who says their alert has not gone off in Indian Land. Indian Land, while in Lancaster County, is not in the warning. The alert not going off there is intended. Same thing with Iredell County. This is not your county. This is not your storm. You should not have gotten an alert. No alert is good. Rick says he lives off Highway 9. That was loud. And is in the warning area, so did properly receive the wireless emergency alert, which comes straight to your phone from the National Weather Service as long as you haven't turned them off, and does take into account your physical location, or really the location of your cell phone tower that you're connected to. Bottom right-hand corner of your screen continues to be the severe thunderstorm warning that is impacting Aiken County, South Carolina. You can see we're finally now getting on this camera the visibility decreasing that I was telling you about. We can kind of still make out that road in the distance, but the tower that was off on the horizon, I can't maybe it's there on the left-hand side. There's a very hard to make out tower, but as that severe thunderstorm warning makes its way along the I-20 corridor between Augusta and Columbia, now getting a little bit closer to that camera. What's on your screen on the left-hand side is radar over Lancaster, where we have a tornado warning. Let's look at velocity again. So to me, again, now it's almost going to be the same warning area, but a different area of rotation is my interpretation of what the threat is going to be. Because this guy just north of Lancaster, just almost now like marching into the pre-existing polygon over US 521, that to me is probably was what's going to keep this warning going. Because we have this area of green and red just past the airport, just north of State Route 9, again, just coming up now on US 521, just north of the city of Lancaster, inside of Lancaster County, South Carolina, that is going to be marching off to the east at 35 miles an hour. It's almost like the tornado warning existed because of rotation A, but then rotation A kind of gave way to rotation B, and rotation B just assumed the tornado warning. that was already there. I say that because you may or may not get another wireless emergency alert just because there's a second area of rotation. If the alert is already in effect, the tornado warning is already in effect, you should stay in your safe place. You should already have been in your safe place, and you should stay in your safe place until these areas of rotation clear the area. We will watch to see whether the Weather Service redraws this or not, but if this guy is already inside or nearly inside the existing polygon, then you and I can just kind of agree that maybe the polygon should also just theoretically be that. Again, this is moving off to the east. There are a couple other areas of rotation now. We're in that kind of radar no man's land that I mentioned last hour on the stream. So I can kind of click between a couple different angles. And if I go to the terminal Doppler radar in Colombia, you can really see now where that new area of rotation is. That is making me so nervous because that new area of rotation shows up clear on the terminal Doppler radar right now over 521 just north of the city of Lancaster and State Route 200. Now it's worth noting that these radar images are the latest and greatest radar images, but radar has to spin 360 degrees. You ever take a panorama with your phone and you got to spin and you got to spin and you got to spin and you got to spin? The radar's doing that. And we're not going to be able to see any part of that image until it finishes its rotation. So while this is the latest and greatest radar imagery available, it's only live as best as the technology allows it to be, which means that this image is from 405 and it's now 407. And this thing is moving at 35 miles an hour. So if you picture railroad tracks or you picture a highway, if an object is moving down at a 35 miles an hour, but you only get a picture of it every minute or two, it's going to seem like it's hop, skipping, and jumping down that highway miles at a time in between those images. That is to say that this possible tornado is probably just about cleared 521 as it makes its way over 200 and is going to be making its way here due east at 35 miles an hour. So what areas are possibly inside this polygon that really need to be alerted? So we're looking at Lloyd's at 200, also the Lloyd's at 5 points. Those areas would be inside this polygon. John Everell Road, State Route 29347, Camp Creek Road, Old Purdue Road, Roland Williams Road, Robin Drive, Zion Road. Those are the areas that are probably immediately under the gun. If any of those sound familiar to you, if you're near them, that is essentially where this possible tornadic rotation is right now and why the National Weather Service has this tornado warning on the map. Literally on the map. So glad we can see it on the map. Having it on the map makes our life so much easier. There are still a couple other areas of rotation closer to Pageland. So I would even say that if you're near 207, if you're on the west side of Pageland, you might as well just stay in your safe place, because whether one of these other rotations tries to overachieve or our main area circulation catches up with you, just kind of be inside a safe structure. Pausing for a moment to show you again, making it big now. This is Aiken, South Carolina. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches from Augusta, Georgia, all along the I-20 corridor back into Columbia, and that is for the threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds, and is raining very hard now over the city of Aiken. You can see we finally got to the point where you can't make out that road that we've been watching very carefully there in Aiken, kind of as our indicator of just how strong the storm is and how poor the visibility is. I'm keeping an eye on this storm as well as all of the storms across the Carolinas right now, because we do have severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado watch in effect until at least 8 o'clock tonight, and we expect that that will be extended and include more of our coastal I-95 corridor coming up in the next couple hours when severe weather coverage from the Carolina Weather Group continues later this evening right here on YouTube, Facebook, and the like. But as we continue on with our tornado warning, goes for another 5 minutes here in Lancaster County, South Carolina. I will say that I don't see any rotation right now in Union County, North Carolina. We were real close before. I wouldn't go far from your safe place, Union County, because these areas of rotation are literally a stone's throw across the state line and across 2 different National Weather Service jurisdictions right now. No damage reports in Lancaster at this time. No trees down that we know of. That's according to the emergency manager in Lancaster County. If you know of something, put it in our chat. Let your local emergency officials know. Freddie says his power just went out. Freddie, where are you watching from? Are you inside this storm? Are you inside a different storm? Would love to know. I am not surprised to hear that these storms are impacting power, because whether it is the tornado warning on the left-hand side of your screen or the severe thunderstorm warning on the bottom side of your screen, you can see that these storms are fairly potent and strong. We also now are getting reports of power outages in the Augusta area. North Augusta, power is out. Trees possibly have fallen there on a power line. And we're watching that kind of carefully, because I've got a comment now in National Weather Service chat where the meteorologists do chat with each other, as well as broadcast and emergency officials of that situation right now in the North Augusta area where power is out. But also, and I almost said something and now I'm kicking myself, there's almost an area of rotation on the South Carolina side of the river coming out of North Augusta. It's near Clearwater and Gloversville right now. And moving towards Aiken. Tim, if you're listening right now, there's no warning for you, but possible area of rotation, and the fact that the power went out. I don't know if Tim's watching or listening still, but this is me multitasking and calling a friend, just like I've told you to do. I'm doing it too, because he is down here towards this camera and he is not answering, so I'm going to send him a text. But he was watching the stream earlier. Possible rotation near you, no warning yet. As we continue to watch, this is the Aiken County, South Carolina camera. It's flashing. It's flashing probably because it's trying to focus in. Okay, Tim has answered my text with a poop emoji. So we'll wait to see what exactly may or may not be going on here on the South Carolina side, Aiken County. This is why we have chat functionalities going to and from the National Weather Service. They have the sole power to issue alerts, but it's people on the ground who say, hey, something may have happened here because I've lost power or something to that like. So we'll wait to find out, but the National Weather Service, I think, has acknowledged this message that the power has gone out in the North Augusta area. Why did the power go out? Could be wind damage. It could be wind damage from the storm. Could it be rotation from a tornado? Sure. Does it matter? No, not really. If you are in this area that I have on the screen right now, from North Augusta through Aiken County, you might as well just get to your safe place. Because something is causing impacts. Wind is wind, whether it's rotating or coming at a straight line, it almost doesn't matter. Tornadoes are sexy, they're jazzy, everyone loves tornadoes, but wind is wind. Wind is wind, wind is wind. And so that is certainly an area right now that has caught my attention. You should seek safe shelter right now. New Ellington, south of the city of Aiken. Now, I should also mention, regardless of everything else that's going on there, the National Weather Service has taken that severe thunderstorm warning that was already out for portions of I-20 between Augusta and Columbia, and they've drawn it a little bit further south and east. That is just because that's the direction the storm is moving in. They're saying that this storm is still potent enough to produce 1-inch size hail, 60 mile per hour winds or greater. So the severe thunderstorm warning has been extended both in geographical area and time until 5 o'clock. This would include the Columbia metro area, and it would include counties such as Calhoun, Barnwell, Lexington, Aiken, Orangeburg, and Richland. Pausing for a moment. sliding back up to our tornado warning in Lancaster County, South Carolina. North Carolina, I've not forgotten about you. You just don't have any warnings right now. And that's good news. It's like waiting in an ER. If they're not taking you back right away, that's great news. So, lack of attention, North Carolina, should be welcomed. Possible rotation in Lancaster County, South Carolina, just prompted the tornado warning, is still arguably there. It's not the greatest signature I've ever seen, but it's still there. We have severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches out for large swaths of North Carolina and South Carolina. Not everyone is going to get severe weather today. As you can see, some of these storms are big. The one near Aiken, impacting multiple counties. The one now impacting Lancaster County is one of those more discrete cells. The discrete cells are where we have the best chance of seeing rotation. So it appears that the tornado warning for Lancaster County has expired. It appears the National Weather Service has not extended it. If you've been streaming with me for a minute, you know that everyone is dealing with data issues receiving warnings from the National Weather Service. So I'm going to just kind of linger on the storm a little bit more, a little bit longer than we usually do. But I have nothing from them in chat to indicate that they're taking any actions right now. That would indicate any sort of tornado warning or anything. But we do certainly have still some areas of rotation with this storm that are going to bear watching. And they do kind of skirt up into North Carolina, southeastern portions of Union County, North Carolina, southern portions of Anson County, northern portions of Chesterfield County, and kind of, I almost said northern portions of Lancaster, but northern portions of Lancaster are practically in Charlotte. I'm talking like the Pageland area is where we will kind of watch to see if any of those get going. They're in radar no man's land, but I'm happy to tell you that there are multiple people in National Weather Service chat who are coordinating communications on the ground to tell us what's happening. What is happening right now in South Carolina, in Columbia, in Aiken County right now is we got a ton of lightning strikes reported back towards North Augusta. We are told that the power is out there. What knocked out the power? We don't know. Could it have been this area of rotation right about there over Clearwater at 407? Could have been. Was this rotating? Was it wind damage? I don't know. But it knocked the power out one way or the other. And so we hope everyone is good there. But we know that trees and power lines seemingly have come down. And now this line of severe storms is more or less just south of Interstate 20. So New Ellington and Aiken, you've got kind of that area of the storm that was possibly rotating, that has possibly caused damage, is now with you. We've got heavy rain in Gaston, Woodford, Wagner, Sally. It's clearing up if you're on the north side of I-20. It is now ripping through between I-20 and I-26. So this warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, goes as far to the east as Eastover, St. Matthews, just outside Orangeburg. And I'm going to go ahead and change my Aiken camera, who has served us very well. I'm going to start by switching that to Columbia. I don't know how long we're going to stay on the Columbia camera, because again, most of this almost seems south of you. But let's just see what the Columbia camera looks like. So there's Columbia, South Carolina. And I'll pull up some DOT cameras along I-26. A couple of you are telling me that storms are getting going now towards Apex and Raleigh-Durham. And yeah, we are getting thunder and lightning and heavy rain now. strong, not severe, in Wake County. We still are waiting to find out whether or not the National Weather Service will extend either the severe thunderstorm watch or the severe thunderstorm warning further off to the east and into the I-95 corridor. Going ahead, and I'm putting some special weather statements back on the board. I took those off while we were watching the tornado warning to help us only see warnings. Special weather statements are not severe storms, they are strong storms. And so it's just the National Weather Service's way of letting us know that they are watching possible development on a storm. A severe thunderstorm, by definition, means that the storm is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds or 1-inch size hail. Lightning does not count in terms of requirements for severe weather. Lightning is very, very typical, and it happens quite a lot. So there is not a warning for it, which is, of course, to say if you hear thunder or see lightning, go indoors, because lightning is still certainly a life-threatening weather hazard, as Fresbro is telling us in Cary. Lots of thunder there. Strong winds as well, too. So, yes, certainly the storm's now starting to move into the greater Raleigh area. Looking at this severe thunderstorm that is between Columbia and St. Matthews, I'm going to try to find a camera. Is this US 21? Is this where US 21 kind of switches sides of the road? I think it is. Yeah, that camera would be here. All right. Let's put this camera on the screen for you. Stand by. This is going to be just south of Columbia, inside that severe thunderstorm warning, right at Interstate 26 at US 21. Couple things to note here. Besides the fact that the rain is still coming down, you can see how wet the roadways are. The picture is a little pixelated, but it doesn't stop us from seeing how wet the roadways are. You can also see the pooling and the ponding of water in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So we're watching for the pooling and ponding of water on roadways, low-lying areas, along creeks and streams. We've got scrolling across the bottom of the screen for you areas that flooding is already occurring. And so we're watching, because one of the threats with this, regardless of wind, regardless of hail, will just be the rain itself. We've had so much rain over the course of the last few days that it's not going to take much to create flash flooding, unfortunately. We are getting a lot of lightning now between US 178 and Swan. I should know this one. Swansea? I know a lot of these towns. I don't know all of them. But this is along US 321. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning right now. And this is inside that severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning, again, from corner to corner, is 85 miles. For this storm that is moving off to the east at about 30, 35 miles an hour. Still some conversation happening between emergency management broadcasters and the National Weather Service about the data issue that is impacting everyone. Even Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, who did have the polygon on his WCNC map, did acknowledge that it even took a little while to auto-populate there. Again, some of you, Rick in chat, did tell us you could WEOS, the wireless emergency alert. We're hearing from some folks that the weather radios may or may not have gone off for that Lancaster tornado warning, which is now clear. But we're going to keep a very close eye on the chat room that we are cleared and allowed to be into with the National Weather Service, because that will be a way that we have redundancy to get information from them to thus pass it along to you at home. But we know multiple National Weather Service offices are dealing with the data issue of data not necessarily going from the National Weather Service to all the places it's supposed to go in time and in a timely fashion, which is never what you want to hear, but it's why we always tell you at home to have multiple ways to receive warnings. And the same goes for us. Sorry, I pounded the microphone. We want redundancy in our systems too. I'm not just going to rely on radar scope. I'm going to watch TV. I'm going to look at, I have access to National Weather Service chat. You might not, but you could follow them on social media. And that would be a way to keep informed as well too. We are just now at 4:26 being told that the earlier data problem has been resolved. All of the data has been queued up and has been transmitted. That sounds like good news, and it is good news. But we will also watch for maybe ghost warnings to come out late now. Anything that's been sitting in the queue, waiting to come out of the printer. If you've never worked with data before, it's kind of like a big printer. And so it's possible that there's some stuff that's just stuck in the queue. So we'll watch for that. We do have a special weather statement for the storms over Wake County, Durham, down towards Sanford here. This is for Moore County, Harnett, Lee, Wake, Chatham, and Durham counties until 4:45 or so. We do also have a special weather statement. This one expires real soon for Surrey and Stokes. Waiting to see if the severe thunderstorm watch gets extended. It hasn't yet. One of the things we sometimes get ahead of time is a mesoscale discussion, which is just super nerd speak. Weather Service will say that they're looking at certain things. Typically, those get drawn ahead of the watch coming out. Don't even see one of those yet. So in terms of like order of operations, I would expect to see a mesoscale discussion and then possibly a watch. Could they just skip right to a watch? They could. They certainly could. I don't have much in the way of damage reports, which is good news. Like to not have damage reports. Oh, was this blue circle there the whole time? Or did this just come out? This is a mesoscale discussion. Please tell me you just came out. No, you came out at 2:49 Central, which was 3:49 Eastern. So either you've been there the whole time and I'm blind, or the data was delayed. But that's a mesoscale discussion for most of Virginia anyway, but it does reach into portions of northeastern North Carolina, which is where, if they were to extend the tornado watch, lo and behold. So probability of issuing a watch is 80%. The risk is damaging wind gusts and a few tornadoes. A watch will likely be issued for parts of these areas within the next hour or two, the Storm Prediction Center wrote at 3:50. So in the next hour or two, we could see the tornado watch that's already in effect for portions of North Carolina and Virginia be continued off to the east. A watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of said severe weather, and then when that severe weather occurs, they'll issue warnings. So right now, what you see on the left-hand side of your screen in red kind of shading is the tornado watch. Then in yellow are active severe thunderstorm warnings. You can still get thunderstorms with tornado watches, and you can still get tornadoes with thunderstorm watches. But lo and behold, it seems likely that some sort of watch, potentially a tornado watch, will be extended from where it's already in effect right now for Greensboro and Raleigh off to the east. As for the I-95 corridor elsewhere in both North Carolina and South Carolina, we don't have a mesoscale discussion yet. And if we are again to follow those order of operations, we should probably see one of those first. But the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now from south of Columbia, there it is. Thank you very much. I'll show myself out. Mesoscale discussion has just been issued now for the rest of coastal North Carolina and South Carolina, and it too was issued at 2:50 p.m. Central Time, which would have been 3:50 p.m. Central Time, Eastern Time, and it's now 4:30 Central Time. Wow, I just totally messed that up. Let's say it one more time. It was issued at 2:50 Central Time, which was 3:50 Eastern Time, which was 40 minutes ago. But likely due to the data dissemination problems, we are just now getting it. Anyway, a mesoscale discussion doesn't really require any action on your part. It's just my way of telling you that there's an 80% chance that the thunderstorm watch will be extended to include all coastal areas, North Carolina and South Carolina, in the next hour or two. The severe thunderstorm watch will likely be needed as the line of storms moves eastward across the southern Appalachians towards the eastern Atlantic coastline. These storms will primarily be capable of damaging wind, particularly where any convective clusters or bowing segments are organized. That's what we've been watching. We've been watching exactly that line of storms, which started up in the Appalachian Mountains and has now moved into portions of central areas of South Carolina, continues to now march off to the coast at about 35 miles an hour or so. It's still within inside the severe thunderstorm watch. So once it gets past Orangeburg, we still have a little watch left, but I wouldn't be surprised if Charleston, Georgetown, and Myrtle Beach get into this watch in the next little bit. The watch means that conditions are favorable for the development of storms, and as we can already see, lo and behold, storms are occurring. The severe thunderstorm, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch size hail, is currently approaching St. Matthews, South Carolina, which, to our convenience, happens to have a DOT camera available to us, if I can find it in a timely fashion. There we go. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. There it is, bottom of your screen. Live look at Interstate 26 near St. Matthew. And, really coming down here. I moved one click. I moved like 1/10 of a mile. Take a look at the visibility here in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That is going to be on I-26, right on in here, approximately, the exit for State Route 6. The camera is dancing around. The camera is not panning, it is not zooming, it is being blown around in the wind. Visibility is next to none. You can actually see the rain being blown by the wind. I am getting right now radar estimated winds. Wow! Radar estimated winds of nearly 70 miles an hour. The wind is blowing at these cars as fast as the cars are driving. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is about to push into its next tier of strength. A baseline severe thunderstorm warning. Your common run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We are getting radar estimates right now of 70 miles an hour. If the National Weather Service feels like it is valid, they can go ahead and issue a special type of severe thunderstorm warning called a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that would actually activate the wireless emergency alert system for all of these drivers and everyone in the area. And you can see that on radar. I'll make it big here for a moment. On radar, these winds are so strong that they've gone from just being red, they're pink and almost like a hot white. And this now stretches all along Interstate 26 approaching the St. Matthews area. And that is why our DOT camera is rocking and shaking. Not only is this going to be a problem for drivers, it's going to be a problem for trucks, which are very susceptible to blowing winds. Again, the camera is moving because it is blowing around. We'll also got to watch out for trees that might come down, power lines that might come down. And we've seen lots of construction along I-26, lots of just loose dirt along the side of the road. And so we're going to watch here, of course, also for the ponding of water. But between the wind and the rain, we've got quite the severe thunderstorm threat right now on I-26 approaching St. Matthews. This is moving south and east towards St. Matthews. This will actually be in St. Matthews in the next few minutes as this strong, severe thunderstorm crosses I-26 right now. We've also just gotten an update from the National Weather Service that they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning for locations further off to the east. I'm just going to keep it down here in the bottom right for now so you can continue to look at these pictures. But if you live in St. Matthews, you live in Eastover, you live in Sumter, Lakewood, Pinewood, Cameron, just outside Orangeburg, Ellery, Santee, Vance, Somerton, Manning, those are cities and towns that are underneath this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service is looking at their radar imagery, is looking at pictures just like the one on your screen right now, and they do agree that this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is a tier 2 out of 3 damaging storm with 70-mile-per-hour winds and hail 3/4 of an inch. Now, this considerable warning would go ahead and it would activate the wireless emergency alerts, and we should treat it just like a tornado warning. So if you live in Calhoun, Clarendon, Sumter, Orangeburg, Richland County, South Carolina, go ahead and get to your safe place right now because you have a damaging, severe thunderstorm coming your way. As we are watching on your screen right now, a thunderstorm located along a line from the Air Force Base to St. Matthews and moving east at 45 miles an hour. So the speed of the storm is picked up, which is also going to increase its intensity. The hazard is 70-mile-per-hour winds. We do have confirmed reports from trained weather spotters that there are several large trees down, not just small trees, large trees that would take more power to knock down. Expect considerable tree damage and a damage likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Again, reading off some of the cities that are inside of this considerable warning. Columbia is listed, but this is like if you live in Columbia and you live in like southeastern suburbs of Columbia, not downtown Columbia, but Columbia is one of the locations listed, along with Sumter, Orangeburg, Manning, South Sumter, Shaw Air Force Base, McIntyre Air Force Base, Brookdale, St. Matthews, Somerton, Eastover, Santee State Park, Ellery, Mulberry, Congaree National Park, Hopkins, Santee, Cooper Regional Airport, Oral Hills, and Gadsden. Apologies if I butchered any of those. You are now inside of this considerable, severe thunderstorm that we have live pictures for you on the screen. Let's go ahead and show you the map. It's been a moment since we showed you the map, but you can see this storm is right on in here and is moving off to the east at 45 miles an hour. And some of the heaviest winds right now are coming into St. Matthew. It's going to feel like a tornado hit you. It's not technically a tornado, but we have a wall of wind at 70 miles an hour that is about to bear down on St. Matthew. And so we want you in that safe place. You can see those winds also impacting right now Eastover, where they're nearly 60 miles an hour. And so they're marching towards US 601. But the city of St. Matthews is probably the best example right now of an area where everyone should just go to their safe place, away from windows and walls, lowest level, most interior room as possible, in order to stay safe from this storm. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put our Sumter County camera up on the screen. Continued love and support going out to our friends at WeatherStem for making all of these angles available to us. And you can see the DOT camera on I-26 right there on your screen right now too. Our storm chasers are getting in position as more storms continue to pop up across the region. And so we'll be checking in with them as well as we go on through the rest of this continuing severe weather coverage on the Carolina Weather Group. Again, we want you to treat this severe thunderstorm warning like it's a tornado warning and get to your lowest level of the most interior room that is available to you inside a sturdy structure. Because this storm has the capability of causing damage as it continues to move on through the region. I'm going to go ahead and shift through a couple of cameras along I-26, just trying to discern if there's any damage, just trying to discern how traffic may be flowing. Here's I-26 in mile marker 139. We've got very slow cars in one direction and no cars in the other direction. Not having any cars is weird. There's one. Is there something on the road that is causing rubberneck delays in one direction and little to no traffic in another direction? Hard for me to say. Hard for me to say indeed. A couple of requests coming into chat to check the Greensboro area. I can do you one better. We've got a storm chaser now out and about in the Greensboro area. He's near Martinsville right now. And so we'll be keeping an eye on Dan Whitaker. If you want to ride along with Dan Whitaker nonstop, non-interrupted, without having to leave, there is a separate feed on our YouTube channel that is just purely Dan Whitaker chasing in the greater Greensboro area. But we will continue to keep an eye on Dan's feed here as part of our continuing coverage from the Carolina Weather Group. You've got Dan there on Graphics 3. Graphics 2 is Sumter from WeatherStem. And Graphics 5 is outside St. Matthews on I-26 from South Carolina Department of Transportation. But we have another severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. And this is just south of Raleigh. So this warning will expire very soon. May have been missed during the data outage because it was literally, lo and behold it was. Because it was issued at 3:57 and this definitely was not there last time we looked. But we'll wait to see if we get any more. Now that the data issue's been resolved, hopefully we continue to get some more timely warnings. But this cell near Angler, coming into Wake County there. That warning expires in 1 minute. Greensboro right now, you just have some strong storms, but nothing severe. We have no severe warnings in the Greensboro area where Dan is driving right now. This considerable warning, though, south of Columbia is the real deal right now, and is likely causing power outages, likely toppling trees and power lines in some areas. And so that is why the bulk of our attention right now is on exactly that. We do have damage reports from the line of storm. So going back to when this severe storm is back over Aiken County, we've got about 7,000 people without power in Aiken County, South Carolina. We've got large trees down in Swansea. We've got trees down in portions of Aiken County, including Storm Branch Road, Wire Road, Martintown Road, Jefferson Davis, Thompson, and some Seminole. We're also getting reports down, again, trees down near Swansea. Big time downburst was on radar just a few moments ago. And that's not too far from where our camera was on I-26. We are seeing some rotation back in Lancaster County, but not enough to issue a warning right now. We do have we have a tornado warning coming out right now for St. Matthews in South Carolina. So this is the same area where I've been kind of preaching that you should treat this storm like a tornado warning. Well, in case I wasn't convincing enough, we actually are about to get a tornado warning right now for St. Matthews in South Carolina, and you can see where this storm has hooked up. The rotation is right on in here in this little notch area, and it's going to be moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour or so. So if you're not already in your safe place, please do get there. This is again going to be, there it is right now on your screen. The tornado warning is for east central Calhoun County, southwestern Clarendon County, and southwestern Sumter County until 5:15. Because of this thunderstorm, which was already producing near 70-mile-per-hour winds, now has a possible tornado associated with it. So we now have, across all of the Carolinas, the most serious situation playing out just outside St. Matthews, South Carolina, where we do have a storm that is barreling on through. I'm going to go ahead and try to make my radar a little bit clearer for you guys, because I think it is not the clearest of pictures right now, and I do certainly want to make sure that you can, in fact, get the best possible look at that radar. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to change sources out here. Hopefully this makes it a little bit clearer for you, if not a whole lot clearer for you, as we're continuing to watch this thunderstorm, which was already capable of producing wind damage, now possibly producing a tornado as it moves out of St. Matthews. The possible rotation right here on your screen, and is going to continue to march off to the east at about 40 miles an hour or so. So locations do include Somerton around 5 o'clock. Other locations do include Poplar Creek Landing, Remni, St. Paul, Creston, Stump Hole Landing, Lone Star, Lowe's Fall Landing, Paxville, and Pinewood. This also includes portions of I-95 between mile markers 102 and 107 just outside of Somerton. So we do have a tornado warning now in effect until 5:15 for portions of east central Calhoun, southwestern Clarendon, southwestern Somerton, as we're continuing to watch a storm with winds about 60 or 70 miles an hour or so. It's already a considerable thunderstorm for an even broader area. Okay, so from Sumter all the way down to Orangeburg, it is considered a considerable thunderstorm with the risk of 70-mile-per-hour winds. We have a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm that then continues from Orangeburg back down towards Barnwell. And inside of that, we've got an embedded possible tornado coming out of St. Matthews. We are continuing to monitor other areas of the Carolinas as well, too. Our Carolina Weather Group Stan Whitaker is chasing right now in the greater Greensboro area. He is below me, and we're watching a WeatherStem Skycam just next to me here in Sumter. But we are watching this tornado warning in St. Matthews, South Carolina, where possible damage could be occurring near US 601. Checking in with the National Weather Service. This warning does include a populated area of about 7,200 people, 4 schools. It goes until 5:15. You guys can see with me as I look in chat, you can see the hook echo as well. And so not too surprising to see here that we do have that severe thunderstorm warning of considerable nature and the tornado warning. Zooming out just for a moment to make sure we don't get too isolated into one particular area, we have no warnings right now in North Carolina. I live in North Carolina. Don't want to seem like I'm ignoring you, North Carolina. While you do have some thunderstorms, there are no warnings in North Carolina. The only warnings we have are the considerable severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning here in South Carolina, and that is why we are zeroed in on that storm cell right now that is continuing to march off towards Interstate 95 again at about speed of about 45 miles an hour. So we're going to watch as this threat throughout the day continues to move off towards the coast. Watching for another possible tornado warning, maybe for Calhoun, near Sumter and Clarendon. We'll monitor to see if that occurs. But if we switch on over to velocity and we switch back to the Columbia radar, we'll wait to see if we get that one. Checking in with our National Weather Service chat. We've got trees down, again, more trees down in Swansea. Am I saying that right? I hope I'm saying that right. So we know that this storm, which is now producing the tornado warning and the considerable severe thunderstorm warning, has already produced damage in, again, what I believe is pronounced Swansea. And in a moment, I'll be joined by Jared Smith, who will be continuing our coverage. And he'll probably tell me if I'm saying that right or wrong. So Jared will toggle himself on here in just another minute or two as we continue on with severe weather coverage here on the Carolina Weather Group. Bottom of your screen is Carolina Weather Group Storm Chaser Dan Whitaker in the greater Greensboro area. He is watching very closely the triad and the triangle for any possible development of storms there. We do have in North Carolina some stronger thunderstorms, but right now we don't have any warnings to tell you about. So that we're so zeroed in on South Carolina, trying to keep a close eye on both states, and appreciate all you guys in chat for flagging things too. Jared is joining us now. Is it Swansea, Jared, or am I completely butchering the name of that poor town?
I had to Scotty that, of course. It's been a minute.
I was like, I do not hear you, but now I hear you, buddy.
Now you hear me. Good. Yeah, it's Swansea. So I think. I really don't have a, it could be something completely different. It's South Carolina. You never know. But yeah, things are going nuts.
Things are really firing off. It's the peak heating of the day as we draw through the 5 o'clock hour, and our enhanced risk of severe weather seems to be coming to fruition.
Yeah, keeping an eye on, obviously, that, the tornadic signature. But yeah, as you mentioned, James, we've already had damage. It's been it's gotten pretty busy in a hurry. We just got a lot of warnings there. And I got, I'm going to just...
Yeah, I'm preparing the system here to pass off to you, cool, buddy. But I will also just tell you, as our viewers have seen, on Graphics 2, we have WeatherStem in Sumter. And on Graphics 3, we've got Dan Whitaker chasing in the Greensboro area. So cool. We've got lots of different feeds right now coming in from across the Carolinas, of course, in addition to what we were retrieving from radar and National Weather Service chat.
Yep, absolutely. So, James, I think I hear the studio opening, so I'm going to go ahead and
yeah, over to you, Jared.
Off right here, and we'll get started. Thank you, James, for starting our coverage. And again, we have a busy afternoon ahead of us, a busy evening ahead of us, as we have now numerous severe thunderstorm warnings starting to show up along the line, especially in the Orangeburg area. Further to the north, it's not so bad. Just a few special weather statements, but nothing too crazy. Really, the action right now is in South Carolina, especially with this tornado warning near St. Matthews. So let's dig into that a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit about what's coming for the rest of us here soon. But tornado warning here for it's a radar indicated tornado, but you can see here 5 Somerton, 521 at Manning. Again, these areas are not necessarily in the warning, but it's moving pretty quickly here. So we want folks in these areas to be kind of keeping an eye on things. Manning area, it's through St. Matthews at this point. Ellery, this is going to pass just to your north, although you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be a little it's going to get a little rough there. And then these warnings are all along this Bow Echo line, and so there you go. We are doing. Uh, we are just up and running here at this point, and again, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings along the line. Let's take a wider view here, real quick, and talk through what's what. Now, the graphics are not up to date. We've had some data dissemination problems today, but there is a severe thunderstorm watch now that covers much of the Carolina coast. And in fact, what we'll do is we'll switch over to we will we'll switch sources here, and you can see that severe thunderstorm watch for all of Georgia, most of coastal Georgia. We have all the coast and low country in the PD area of the Grand Strand, South Carolina, and into the North Carolina coastal plain there. So obviously a very busy day ahead yet to come. And we'll continue to work through some of these technical glitches that we've had, unfortunately, but such as life sometimes. So let's go to the radar here. Let's go to the single site radar out of Columbia, and we can see there's your inflow right there. There's your green is going towards the radar, red is going away from the radar. Rotation right around Lone Star and Rimini, and this is moving very quickly towards Somerton. So again, Somerton, you're going to be right there at about 5 o'clock, and this also gets I-95 between mile markers 102 and 107. So again, this is moving quickly, and if you're on I-95 in these areas, we need folks to be keeping a close eye out on what is happening here. So again, pretty good looking vortex signature. Not really seeing anything that's sticking out to me on correlation coefficient. This is the view that we use to look for debris. I'm not really seeing anything here that is suggesting that, but there's your clear inflow there. And if nothing else, some straight line wind damage happening possibly in Lone Star. So again, if you're in Lone Star, Rimini, and Somerton, you should be in a safe place right now. That's your interior room on the lowest floor away from windows. And we'll let you know when things come out. But this is a pretty strong segment here, because not only do we have the tornado, we also have the considerable tag, this 70-mile-an-hour wind gust possible in this severe thunderstorm warning that includes Santee and Manning all the way up to Sumter. And my camera cuts me off there, so it looks like I get it. Yeah, but 70-mile-an-hour wind gust possible here, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust possible around Bowman going down I-26. And this is going to knock on the door of the Charleston Tri-County area soon. So that's another thing that we're going to have to keep a close eye on here over time. So I'm going to be kind of back and forth here looking at various sources, and and I'm going to mute myself here because nobody needs to hear me twice. Why is this not working? Okay. That's another thing that we're going to have to keep a close eye on here over time. So I'm going to be kind of back and forth here looking at the various sources. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulty here as I have to pop up the YouTube chat as well, so we're keeping an eye on this. Folks, I'm not going to be able to engage within the YouTube chat, but we're keeping an eye on it to get your information. So again, let me I'm just whipping around here, just looking at storms, and we have some requests to check around like Greensboro and those areas. You're fine. There's a few showers and thunderstorms, and we're actually going to start to see some of these watches get trimmed back. But this is a very impressive velocity signature showing up on the Columbia radar here. Now let's get back to that, and you can see there's your inflow and there's your circulation right there. That's pretty clear as day. It is fairly broad, but it's producing a good bit of wind here. When I look at the, when I look at the radar here, it's measuring about 60-mile-an-hour winds outbound, about 3,000 feet or so, and that's that's nothing to shake it. Actually, 90-mile-an-hour winds, excuse me, relative. So this is the raw velocity here. That's a 90-mile-an-hour winds there showing up. So again, there's your circulation right here. We use a storm relative velocity to subtract the forward motion, so we can see rotation within it. So there's your rotation. But again, this thing is going to produce some pretty strong straight line winds. If I had to guess, even if there's not a tornado, I think that we're still going to have some straight line winds that become a problem. So uh, let's yeah, let's just stick with this right now. Again, the only two warnings on the board in the Carolinas really are for from Williston and Barnwell and Bamberg through Orangeburg, Santee. Orangeburg, it's getting on you right now. Santee, it's getting on you right now. Sumter to the north, you're getting into the mix. You can see some of our over here. We've got Jan Whitaker looking at North Carolina, keeping an eye on that. Not too much to report right now, but if something happens, we'll let you know. Manning, you need to be watching this closely. You're in an area for 70-mile-an-hour winds. You can kind of tell a little bit more orange, a little bit more enhanced there. Santee, this tornadic circulation is passing just to your north. But again, if you're in Somerton, we definitely need you in. We definitely need you in your safe place. So again, there's your circulation there. Let's do a debris check. And again, the good news is that I'm not really seeing any signs of that, which is good news. Hopefully it stays that way. I can't guarantee that it will. And again, just keep in mind that the radar is showing you what has already happened. So that's the thing that we have to keep in mind here. All right, so just looking at, again, looking around at some of the Weather Service chats and everything, just trying to make sure that we've got everything fairly well in whack. And again, right now, the main concern is for Somerton and I-95 here. So we'll get some exit numbers for you. So I-95, generally between exit 102 and about 108. So you can see that, the map there. And I'll see down, and there's your large circulation bearing down on Somerton. And I don't have any indication yet that they're going to, we're going to extend the warning further into Somerton, but you're close enough to where I would be concerned about this. So let's take a look at the Somerton webcam here, and this is at I-95 at mile marker 105. I think 105 or 109. I can't tell. They could have used literally any other font, and it would have been a lot better. But you can see that cloud. You can see that cloud beginning to that very dark gray in the distance there, but we can't see anything that's really interesting just yet. But we'll keep an eye on that camera. Here we are in Sumter. This is this is a WeatherStem camera in Sumter, and we're looking. It's raining there, but we don't see any signs yet of anything severe happening. But we'll keep an eye on that. And again, Somerton is the camera to watch. This is at 105, mile marker 105. And again, this circulation is going to get awfully close to that mile marker in I-95. So we'll be watching that fairly closely here over the next little bit. So let's see. Just looking around, just looking at various sources of information. We're getting an update now from the Weather Service in Columbia. So again, there's your rotation. You notice the radar is starting to pick out a little bit of a tighter tornado signature here as this approaches Somerton. So again, this is it's very important that folks are taking precautions in Somerton We have definitely seen a tightening of the rotation on the last scan here, so that is something that we're going to need to monitor very closely. If we go to our normalized rotation product, kind of takes the noise out of it. That's pretty good. That's values over 1, and that's generally pretty strong. And so the radar has identified that, and now the tornado warning has been extended eastward. Um, so that is breaking news. But we have an updated tornado warning now that now includes all of Somerton, Jordan, um, as well. Well, we'll just read it to you. Um, so it's near Somerton, 14 miles southwest of Manning, and this is moving east at 60 miles an hour. So you got that warning. Cell phones are going off. It looks like the data outage has been resolved for the most part. So again, cell phones are going off. Tornado warning for Somerton, Jordan, um, and also will be impacting areas around Santee Cooper Regional Airport, Davis Station, Rimini, Forreston, and St. Paul. Forreston is kind of obscured by the U.S. Route 521 sign there on the radar map, but there is circulation very clearly defined here on the radar analyst, and this is going to be crossing I-95 here in just a minute. So let's get back to that webcam um, and take a peek at that. So there's that webcam, and I'm not sure which way this is facing. It's hard to tell exactly which way this is facing, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Yeah, so we are going to keep an eye on that. And again, I think there's the tornado vortex signature showing back up on radar. And again, thunder. Let's see what happens here, because this is this this circulation is getting close to I-95 now. So let's zoom in on that. I'm zoomed in real close on the radar. You can see me in the corner here, but we're going to keep the main focus on the webcam. And interestingly, you notice that traffic has stopped on one side of I-95. Oh, there it goes. Interesting. There's a very brief, the traffic has noticeably slowed down on I-95 here. So there's the circulation. There's your center of circulation right there, getting very close to Somerton now. So if you're in Somerton, time is now. Get in that safe place. So we need to get in that safe place there in Somerton, and then eventually Jordan and Forreston. So let me get the switch over to the storm tracker here. The live scan stuff. This is going to help us understand. This will help get us a ETA for folks. Yeah, that's really getting alias badly. But if we and watching this just keeping an eye on this webcam here, it's very interesting. So keeping an eye on this very, very closely for Somerton, but generally speaking, right about now at Somerton, here, let me switch back to this. Right about now at Somerton, Greeleyville at 529, Lane at 539, St. Stephen possibly at 535. So again, this is going to clip the northern part of Berkeley County in the Charleston Tri-County area, possibly. Don't think a tornado warning is going to be needed, but there's going to be some strong winds that are going to come out of this. And so we could see some wind damage coming up in St. Stephen, Bono, places like that. So we need to watch that closely for those folks. And let's see. I'm not seeing much on that webcam there, but we'll keep an eye on that. But again, there's your circulation right here. Now crossing I-95. We have the webcam in the corner, and we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, crossing I-95. In fact, I'm going to move that up a little bit. Not much going on in North Carolina, so we're going to move Somerton up. And there it is. And whatever's happening is going to be right there. And so we'll keep an eye on that webcam and see what we can find. Let's yeah, so again, if we put a track on this just based off of the warning, again, this is moving east at 60 miles an hour. This is moving very quickly. So this is going to be getting into the northern parts of Berkeley County in about 15, 20 minutes. And then over to Georgetown eventually, if this holds up, and it looks like it will. And again, it may not be a tornado, but it will be, but it's going to be, fairly significant. It could still be a good wind producer here, and that's certainly what we're seeing right now over Somerton, potentially getting towards Utahville at some point here soon. Manning, eventually Kingstree. You're not in a warning yet, but you will be. This whole, I have no doubt it will. You will be. So keeping a close eye on that. We've had questions about Florence, and yeah, this is headed your way. Again, Florence, you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, and right now, I think if there's one bit of good news for Florence is that you're actually getting kind of a weak part of the storm. This is a broken line. So there's individual clusters are firing up. Right now, the most intense weather is to your south. You may actually get through this okay in Florence. Florence, it's not looking too bad right now from that perspective. We'll also, again, and we'll be we'll be looking at different sources of radar throughout to try and understand what's what. But yeah, if you're in Florence, you're okay. If you're in Somerton, though, that is a very different story. Basically right over you right now. So let's, this is interesting. We seem to have lost the webcam. I don't know if this is our feed or what, but we have lost the webcam. Let me look at Sumter. We still have that, but it looks like the Somerton camera is frozen. Now, I don't know if that means anything bad has happened, but clearly you can see very heavy rain, maybe some hail mixing in here, and some very strong winds moving over I-95 right now. And you can see that notch. You can see the flow curving into that, and that circulation right there now getting just past Somerton, and this is going to head, this is going to straddle Lake Marion to the north, it looks like. So so let's and again, when we put the ETAs up, Somerton basically, ongoing right now. We are getting some new, it looks like, did we lose something there? But anyway, so here's your storm ETAs, and when I go over St. Stephen about 5:35, so again, that's something that we're going to need to watch closely. And now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Berkeley County. So that's going to include St. Stephen, Cross, Bono, Jamestown, and Moncks Corner. I'm not surprised by this in the slightest. We're going to have that wind getting in here soon. So again, things moving east about 44. Right now, there's no storms over you, but that is going to change here fairly shortly. So again, max winds 60 miles an hour there. So we'll get a, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm just getting an update out to folks, and and again, it looks like the watch graphics haven't fully populated, but again, we have this, so Highway 52, 17A, about Moncks Corner up to St. Stephen and into Cross, and all of Lake Moultrie. We're going to need folks to be ready, and it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning is now out for places like Vance and Ellery. So again, the line of storms is making its move towards the coast, and And so we got to watch that closely. But this is the main. This is the tornadic circulation right here, the possible tornado, and that really looks good. You have a good hook echo there. Uh, you know, looking there, and again, this is the again right now still radar indicated. So let me get back to the Columbia radar here, and it's not quite looking as impressive maybe as it was, but I mean, there's still a circulation there. Certainly, we see it in the reflectivity. That'll be an interesting weather station to watch just south of Jordan. That's the Santee Cooper Airport. So that'll be an interesting feature to watch here shortly. Uh, and again, so once again, we are okay. Good. So that did go. All right. So that did go. Okay. Cool. Um, Now what I'm going to do here is, if you guys just give me a second here, I'm getting a few things squared away on this side. Why did I get logged out there? This is not the time to get logged out of things. So we'll work on that. But in the meantime, I want to get this. We have a lot going on here. We have a lot of screens that we're looking at right now. And we've got a new Somerton cam that we'll take a look at here in just a second. I am in the process of getting and so we're gonna get some additional audiences in here. Uh, and just get that out to some folks, just so y'all can see exactly what's what. And again, this is suboptimal, yes. The way it is, also yes. Um, and let's do. Uh, that. And folks, thanks for bearing with me here. I've just I have a lot of things that we've got to link up, and all right. So there we go. So again, looking at Jordan right now. Actually, let's get back to. Let me get over to. Here's the new Somerton cam. This one is working, and you can see this is at mile marker 111. So this is on I-95, and again, the worst of the tornadic threat has ended in Somerton. The circulation at the lead circulation is now moved kind of towards north Lake Marion, the north side of Lake Marion, almost towards Jordan. And as you can see on this webcam here, it's raining pretty hard now, and yeah, we're seeing a lot of we're a lot of cubed stuff starting to fire, I think. But regardless, and I think now all of our graphics are going to populate. So again, um, which is good. But yeah, we're watching that closely. The circulation here is certainly not as well defined as it was, um, and we're also getting into a bit of a radar hole. We'll be into a bit of a radar hole here shortly. Uh, but whatever circulation is there, there it is. Somerton, you're almost in the clear of this thing. Again, this is moving fast, so it'll get there and it'll leave. That's the nice part about all this, is that it's going to get there and it's going to leave. So let me Let me zoom back out. So again, we have three warnings. We have three severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now, and that is one that includes Barnwell and Bamberg and Orangeburg, another one that includes Santee and Manning, and of course the tornado warning within it, and then a third severe thunderstorm warning for a place that hasn't even seen storms yet, but it's coming very quickly. St. Stephen, Monk's Corner, Bono, Cross, those areas is in northern Berkeley County. Holly Hill, you're in a weird spot right now, but I would probably just assume that you're going to get some sort of warning here at some point. We may see that they may carve out a little warning for you down here. But this is the main event. This is the main issue right now. And so we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. And again, when I zoom out and I look at other spots, our friends in North Carolina, for example, I really am not. I really don't get too terribly concerned. Let me switch to this, put this in motion. Here is your satellite radar composite, and there's your severe thunderstorm watch now showing up. But you can see that the watch is going to start to be trimmed here fairly soon if it isn't already. And there's the line. So you have some special weather statements out. You have some some stronger storms, but nothing severe in North Carolina right now. Really, the main severe weather threat is in South Carolina, and that's going to push to the coast over the next couple hours. So we'll keep an eye on this as time goes on. But all right. So there's your line there. Here's your thunderstorms. But let's get back to the Columbia radar, and let's talk about this. So again, looking better in Somerton, by the way. So I might go try and find some additional cameras here in a little bit, but looking better in Somerton right now. We have lost the North Carolina feed, but again, there's not really much up there right now that I'm too terribly concerned about. I'm going to go ahead and take this full, and we'll just go ahead and take the radar full, take me full. Again, Jared Smith, Carolina Weather Group, also run Charleston Weather. And there's a few of you who know me as something else, Weather Daddy. All right, so now that we've got that out of the way, we will get to a new warning. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning well out ahead of the line. This includes Andrews, Kingstree. Had a feeling this was going to happen. Lane. This is going to get into a lot of Clarendon and Clarendon's already under a warning. This is Williamsburg. So this gets parts of a little sliver of Florence County, but mostly Williamsburg and parts of Georgetown County. It's not for Georgetown proper yet, but we're going to get there. I think this should hold up. And the other thing that we'll need to check, I'll move over to the Charleston radar in a second. We'll check to see where the sea breeze is, because that could also briefly intensify these storms. So there's Andrews, Lane, Kingstree. That we're going to watch this. So let me zoom in. Let's zoom back in on the tornado warned storm, though, and there's still some evidence of rotation here south of Jordan. We'll see if they hang on to this, because again, if they hang on to this, this circulation, yeah, that's that could get close to the far northern edge of Berkeley County along the Santee River here. We'll see if they hang on to this. We'll see what Charleston ends up doing with this, and how they're going to play it. Right now, they are using a severe thunderstorm warning to cover it, and that is good. Let's see. Oh, there is a tree on the road on Highway 33 between Highway 6 and 267. That is Fort Mott Fire Service in the Midlands. So try and get some more information there. But right now, there's your circulation south of Jordan. And what we'll do is I go ahead and I got to do a couple things here real quick. Go here. Go here, and what we're going to do is we're going to also get this live on the Charleston Weather Instagram page. As soon as I put in my two-factor code, which is always fun, but you got to do it. And so we're going to get that up and running here. But in the meantime, there's that circulation heading towards the end of the tornado warning here. It'll be interesting to see what happens. We're getting into Wilmington's territory. We're getting towards kind of like the confluence of different weather offices now. So Charleston's is here. This is going to be in the Wilmington area of responsibility. So we'll see. This is going to exit Columbia's area of responsibility, again into Wilmington. So we'll see what this looks like. And we'll go from there. So what I'm going to do here is, and and we're going to get that going here. And let me copy that, save that, and we should have this. All right, we should have this going here fairly shortly. So hopefully we can get that moving here, and get some severe weather coverage out to Instagram starting shortly. So we'll have that audience joining us in a minute. This is looking more like a convergence signature at this point. It's really not looking that good. Let's go ahead and get over to the Charleston radar, which I've got kind of, not in the best spot. And we'll look at that. And the Charleston radar is not in the best place to look at this. But yeah, so it's not in the. All right. We'll try and get this over to Instagram. Looks like it's not working. So I apologize for that. But yeah, there's whatever's left of that circulation is here. Let's see what Columbia is going to do with this warning. So a lot of trees down in Calhoun County, it sounds like. So that is not terribly surprising. This is pretty impressive line of thunderstorms that's coming through. And again, we're looking from the Charleston radar here. Set this into motion, and you can see that is a pretty good looking line of storms that's making its way through. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings now from Moncks Corner all the way up St. Stephen, Lane, Kingstree. They'll take in Lake City as well, almost. And then so you can see kind of the progression of the warnings there as time goes on. And we are having, we're just having a little trouble getting this Instagram feed going. I'm still working that out, but we will get it right, and it will be incredible. So let's see. Let's hope we can get that going here in a minute. It's just having some trouble, it looks like. So in any event, Manning, Kingstree, these areas, Santee, Holly Hill, St. George, eventually St. George. This line, it's not the best looking line, but it is certainly packing a punch here. Barnwell. So we have a question about Barnwell. It looks like there's no rotation, but you are under severe thunderstorm warning. Winds looking fairly pedestrian, thank goodness. And really, you're right at kind of the edge of a severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit of outflow looks like it's just gusted out from this storm here, and that may ignite additional storms to the south. But Barnwell, you're going to get some storms, you're going to get some rain, but it may be okay. In fact, the warning just went away for you. Looks like that warning has been allowed to expire. We'll see what happens. We'll see what ends up happening here, because we're going to start getting into Charleston territory. By far, the most dangerous storm is going to be the one that is the one that's moving into Williamsburg and Berkeley counties. That's that's the most concerning one for sure. So let's see. Let's see what let's see what happens with these. Right now, it looks like these are sub-severe. Again, I'm not seeing any signs. I'll tilt up a little bit. We do have some fairly strong cores. We have some decent cores aloft with these, but we'll go to echo tops, and that might help us understand. But they're shallow. They're fairly shallow storms, uh, and they're not going to be able to. They're going to have a tougher time producing damaging winds. So let's go back here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go live on Instagram, and we will join a new audience here on Instagram as the warning there expires. So Charleston Weather Instagram folks, Jared Smith here. Going to take you through the next couple hours here with showers and thunderstorms moving through. Severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. Well, in fact, let's just take it to the full. Let's just have a look at the full setup here. So we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for much of the Carolinas are under severe thunderstorm watch in this, and for the Charleston area it goes until 11. We have one severe thunderstorm on the map right now, and that is coming out of that's coming across I-95. It's going to be getting into Berkeley and Williamsburg counties here next little bit. This had rotation on it at one point, which is a big reason why we're here, but it looks like that circulation has diminished, and the tornado warning that was in effect for these areas is no longer in effect, and it has not been extended downstream. So that's good news. However, that being said, 60 mile an hour winds possible with this. So we get up into North Carolina, storms look a little bit more scattered in nature, and we'll have to keep an eye on that because sometimes the scattered storms can produce their own bits of severe weather. And so we're going to keep an eye on this. Washington, Fayetteville, right now it looks like it's more scattered. So watch that, and especially as the sea breeze, as we start to get the sea breeze to interact here as well, that's going to be another thing that we're going to need to monitor closely. But you can see Greenville, Charlotte, you're now out of the watch. Columbia, I can imagine before too long, you're going to be out of the watch. Really, this is becoming a coastal situation from really the North Carolina Virginia border, where additional tornado watch could be possible further north of there, all the way down into Georgia. So I am not sure if my video is coming through on Instagram, but we're going to try this. It seems to be frozen there. So generally speaking, we have questions about where it is, and in relation to places like Somerville and all that. And I would say, yeah, probably about an hour out. Let's simplify this view a little bit by going to just the radar network, and let me do that. And so here's the radar network, and you can see there's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But again, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so there's no more tornado warnings. No more tornado warnings on the board, period, which is really good news, and we hope to keep it that way. But we have severe thunderstorm warnings out. We have this for 70 mile an hour winds possible, 60 mile an hour winds further downstream, although it looks like maybe they have upgraded that to a tornado possible tag in Williamsburg. So that's something that we'll want to keep an eye on there. Let's see here. So if we let me get out the old manual tracker and just kind of draw a storm track. Something else that's going on with this is that it is kind of approaching it's starting to go parallel a little bit, but generally if we look at it going east at about an average about 45 miles an hour, this will put it in Somerville around 6:09. So there's some of your arrival times for the line, and then I'll put in Somerville around 6:09, 5:40, and generally get it to the coast by about 7 o'clock, maybe well before that. So assuming that this stays, all things remain equal. So keep an eye on that. I do want to call attention to a storm that is showing up um, on radar here. Let's go to the level 2 out of Raleigh. And let's do have something here that is looking kind of interesting. This is it's got gusts to 50, but it's got this little appendage here south of Snow Hill, headed towards Grifton. This is in and again, this is in eastern North Carolina. This is east of Goldsboro at this point, east of I-95. Let me just take a peek at the velocity here. Not really seeing anything that's too interesting on velocity. Um, Nothing too terribly interesting on velocity, but we'll keep an eye on that. Again, there's no warning on this right now, but that's going to be something that we kind of bounce around to as time goes on. So again, setting this whole thing in motion here, we see the line, and as it evolves, we have the severe thunderstorm watch, we have everything out here, and then we have the warnings now in Berkeley County that we're keeping an eye on here. And I apologize to those on Instagram. It looks like uh, I'm not sure if my video was coming through there or not. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know what's going on with it. It is not performing well though. That much is certain. It does not seem to be doing the things it needs to be doing right now. So hopefully you can do that. If not, you can go onto YouTube. I put the link there in my story as well. That is not what I want people to do. Let me they make these things difficult. So we'll do our best. But in the meantime, as we get through that, just looking around at some of the weather offices here. We have again right now the main warnings are out for Monk's Corner, St. Stephen, getting into much of Williamsburg County, Manning, Lake City, kind of on the verge there. If we kind of slide further north here into Florence, it does not look as concerning there. Let's go to reflectivity and let's switch over to the radar out of Wilmington, and you can see Florence. You're in some heavy rain here, but it's certainly not the severe stuff that we're concerned about. If anything, it looks like the severe stuff might be splitting you. The stronger stuff might be splitting you to the north and to the south in Florence. So Florence, Marion, Dillon, looking okay right now. We'll keep an eye on this to make sure that remains intact. So just make sure that this remains intact. We have some lightning strikes showing up. Certainly not a ton of lightning with these, at least on the GLM, which is good. But definitely when we look at the radar out of Wilmington at the storms that are now moving through King Street, moving right into King Street right now, Lane, St. Stephen, those areas, and I'll just check and just keeping an eye on things here. Looks like we're okay there. So King Street, Lane, St. Stephen, those areas. We will need to watch that closely for the potential really for damaging winds is really the main concern here at this point. We'll go to CLX here and get a look at it from the Charleston radar. We're probably going to be in a situation where we need to bounce between radars at this point to fully understand. It looks like a little Boeing segment coming through King Street right now, so that could be a bit windy. Let's actually let me again. We're getting into a bit of a no man's land when it comes to radar in this part of South Carolina. So let me get the let me get the velocity up here. There it is. And certainly windy, but I think we're also looking up a little too high into the storm. You can see some interference showing up there. I think we're looking up too high in the storm to understand really what's going on the ground there. But using the reflectivity, using some of this data, I think it's pretty clear that we are looking at some strong gusty winds. Looking at storm relative velocity, don't really see anything there of too much concern right now, but we'll keep an eye on that as time goes on. So let's get back to reflectivity. Let's bounce down. Let's bounce down towards the Orangeburg area, just real quick. Looking towards Bowman and Branchville. This is a special weather statement. This is not a severe thunderstorm warning. These are sub-severe at this point. Keep an eye on them. They do have some decent cores that are pulsing up and down at times, but Bowman, Branchville, Bamberg, showers and thunderstorms moving in right now. Severe weather not looking quite as likely. We'll take a peek at the taking a peek at the velocity here. It's kind of junky, kind of interferency. Not really seeing anything that I'm too terribly concerned about right now, but obviously we will be keeping an eye on that for the potential for the risk for any additional severe storms potentially developing there. So obviously watching that closely as these get into Holly Hill, but the risk for severe weather looks like it's going to be along and to the northeast of I-26 in these areas. So again, you're getting a stormy day right now in Bowman. Bamberg, you're getting a stormy time, but we should be reasonably okay. All right. So really the area of concern again is this this line of thunderstorms that continues to move through King Street. And again, if we look at the if we look at the storm track on this, this is gonna looks like this is gonna get to like Georgetown and everybody by about 6:30 or so. So got a little time. 6:30 for the northern end of the segment. Now the southern end of this segment, I feel like is going to take a lot longer. Just is not as it's moving parallel to the flow, and that has impacts on the speed that it moves, that it moves in. So again, keeping an eye on that. I think right now we're in okay shape. Certainly looking okay here, but let's we'll continue to monitor that closely. And let's take that to that, making a couple settings updates here. And all right, let's see what that does. I just want to make sure that we can get the lightning up for you guys, that we can see what's what. So again, it looks like it looks like the line is getting through there. So we have really right now from St. Stephen up to King Street up to Lake City. This is where the main area of concern is for damaging straight line winds. And again, you notice the red outline that's kind of pulsating here a little bit. That's an indication that the Weather Service in Wilmington is concerned about that line segment because there could be something spinning up on the edge of it. We saw that as it was coming into Somerton earlier. We may see that again. It's not out of the woods to see that again. So, we will be keeping a close eye on that. Again, there's your lightning strikes there from the GLM. That's, not a ton, but, enough. And, we keep getting that, up to date. Let's check around. We haven't talked about North Carolina too terribly much. Let me. So we'll. So let me just looking around. That's some spots here. We had a question. Uh, we had a question about the Mebane area, and when we let's go to um, let's do what button do I want to push here? Let's do SatRad, and then we'll go. So this is up kind of towards the Greensboro area, and again, um, for the moment, you remain under a tornado watch in this area, but the reflectivity signatures are not particularly interesting. There were a couple special weather statements out, but really, you're coming in okay. Um, so not terribly concerned right now, um, but something to watch. But right now, I think you're in decent shape, and with any luck, we'll start to see these watches get trimmed back even a little bit further. So look at that. Let's go down to again. We're kind of bouncing around all over the place right now. There's just a lot going on. Yeah. So Estill, we have a question about Estill and Hampton County, and again, you're not under any severe warning. However, you are under a special weather statement for 50-mile-an-hour gusts. So it's going to be it's going to be it could get a little busy there, but it's not going to be too bad. Really, Allendale, Hampton, that area is doing okay. We're starting to see some cells fire to the south here that I'm going to keep an eye on for my friends over in Beaufort and in um, Hilton Head and those areas as well. Um, so we'll obviously need to keep an eye on that. Have some stuff starting to come out of Statesboro here a little bit. So um, certainly something to watch for the Beaufort area as we get into closer to 7 o'clock. But right now, again, the main event, St. Stephen, Monk's Corner, up here. Really, the bulk of the storm is pretty much parallel and north to the Santee River, and that Santee River separates Berkeley from Williamsburg and Georgetown counties. And so really the core of this, and it looks like there's just an update on the warning here. It doesn't look like too much change there. So again, Monk's Corner, St. Stephen, still monitoring this for y'all until about 6:15. So the warning continues until 6:15 in Berkeley County. But really the bulk of the action looks like it's happening St. Stephen up towards Lake City. So again, looking at Kingstree Lane, just south of Johnsonville. Here, their brats are great. Not an endorsement. So generally around, getting close to that, 5:49 now, getting close to that 6 p.m. time frame here now, where we could start to see it for our friends in Andrews, St. Stephen, starting to get in on this a little bit more. Andrews, and then eventually Georgetown, and should make it all the way out to Myrtle, but we won't know for sure for a little bit yet. Just what condition this will be in by the time it makes it to Myrtle. There's always the coastal situation always tends to soften the blow, as one could put it. And really, there isn't any indication of a well-defined sea breeze. Let me go down to that. Again, usually we would see some sort of sea breeze boundary here, but the southwesterly winds, I think, are pinning it. So there's not a lot of convergence along that. So I think we'll be okay. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek at some new webcams here. So let's go to Georgetown first. Little, uh, little wet on the webcam there, but there's not really not any rain there yet. But we'll keep an eye on that as time goes on. Go up to Greenville, North Carolina. Um, this is at East Carolina University, courtesy of Weather STEM, and we have some rain up there. Uh, we have some rain in the area. There is a storm coming through right now that has a special weather statement on it for gusts to 50 to 55 miles an hour and pea-sized hail. It's just below that severe threshold, so certainly something that we'll want to keep a close eye on. We'll take a peek at that here real quick and go to the Greenville radar, and it looks like the worst of it is actually getting past Greenville, which is great. But Grifton, Ayden, Winterville, some strong storms, with some heavy rain mixing in, but I think overall you're going to be just fine there. Again, something to note that I'm not really seeing a lot of lightning strikes. Usually this thing would be peppered with lightning there, but I'm not really seeing too much of that, and we hope that trend continues. So we'll keep an eye on that storm over in Greenville. But again, yeah, this is moving very quickly, and that is always a good thing. So again, we have questions around ultimately when does this get to the Charleston area? So yeah, let's go back to the live scan radar here, and let's talk about Chucktown. So again, we'll set this into motion and let some of that load in here. And again, a lot of this, I mean, when I look at the trajectory of this, a lot of this seems to be trying to stay to the north. If anything, we may have to worry about the cells to the south. Could see a little Charleston split happening here. Again, it does look like that maybe a couple things are trying to fire around Hampton, but really, like, not a lot to worry about. Like, I think you're kind of splitting the difference here. Mainly, it's this line of thunderstorms that's surging to our north. That's going to be an issue when it comes into Georgetown. But Charleston Metro right now, I think we're looking okay. Again, we are under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that's going to continue until 11 o'clock, or it is canceled, whichever comes first, unless they extend it, which I don't think is going to happen right now. We see a kind of a, I talk about this sometimes, the Charleston split. Storms to the north, storms to the south, and here I am stuck in the middle with you. And I think that might be what we're running into here. So yeah, we're so again, we're keeping an eye on this. I think right now, the most important thing that we want to show y'all is that the threat for severe weather. The threat for severe weather is over for you in places like Columbia, Greenville, Charlotte, Western North Carolina. You're done. Anywhere west to 77, really, you're in pretty good shape at this point. The line is well through Columbia. You're good there. So we're transitioning now to more of a coastal concern, and we're watching closely for showers and thunderstorms moving eastward that have the potential to become severe. We have had tornado warnings. Right now, we don't have any on the board, and we hope that continues. We hope it stays that way. So again, we're watching this closely as we take a peek at the Greenville Skycam there, and again, we saw that you can see, with the animated loop back there, you can see that there were a couple tornado warnings earlier around the Somerton area. Those are gone. Those are done. Somerton, actually, these storms are becoming a distant memory for you probably at some point. A lot of trees down, from what I understand from the line as it came through the Midlands. So we'll have to monitor this closely as it gets closer into the PD. Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, you want to keep an eye on this. Only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and that is for 3 of them. So there's a little corner of Orangeburg County. There is I don't even think that actually takes in Orangeburg. I think that's more Clarendon. So Berkeley County, Williamsburg County primarily, as these thunderstorms continue to move east, pretty quickly. but right now, the risk for severe is moving coastward. Put it that way. It is moving coastward. So let's uh, let's go back and take a look at our potentially severe storms. And if you have any reports out of these areas, we'd love to hear them. This helps us understand. The radar can only tell us so much. It's why we like webcams. It's why we have, it's why over here, it's why we've got chaser cams set up. Uh, you know, and and why we have webcams and why we have those things to keep an eye out to see, what's happening on the ground. The radar can only tell us so much. So definitely appreciate that, and um, definitely want folks to be uh, monitoring that. So yes, again, I just catching up on a couple questions here. You know, again, right now, looking at just trying to look at some of these projections. Let's see that I should be able to project right now. My best guess for maybe the next round of storms, possibly moving through places like St. George into Somerville into Monk's Corner. Again, Monk's Corner, you're in a warning right now, but the worst of it is to your north. Now, there's going to be some rain moving into Monk's Corner ahead of this area that's going to be moving across I-95 south of Orangeburg here. But yeah, this is generally, into the 6 to 7 o'clock hour, folks, in Goose Creek and Somerville, out towards Ondaw. And we have it out in Hugie at about 7:05. So again, there's your some times of arrival over there. And tell you what you need to know. But again, I'm the stuff to the south right now is sub-severe. We're seeing most of the action happening, really getting into pushing through Williamsburg County right now. Um, and this is getting close. This is getting close to Georgetown. There's no warning out there yet, but we're going to keep an eye on that because I have a feeling that could be a thing here pretty soon. Um, Starting to see some damage pictures come in from Columbia. There's a lot of trees down around Swansea, and uh, yeah, it's Leesville. Some maybe a little bit of flooding there. So yeah, there's a lot here, and yeah, we'll have to continue to monitor that closely. But all right, let me just cool. All right, so just catching up on some of the weather stuff here. Um, just catching up on the weather service offices and what they're saying, what they're thinking. Um, Again, right now, when I look at the warnings, we're starting to see some rain get into places like Cross and Bono and Monk's Corner, St. Stephen. The intense wind is to the north, and we'll take a peek at this. Um, we'll take a peek at this on the velocity data. Really, nothing here that's standing out to me as anything that I'm too concerned about, which is good news as we look at that. So happy to report that. That's a very good thing. Sorry, my Coca-Cola habit sometimes gets in the way. Um, Again, if we're looking, let me see if I can't raise. Let's go back to Wilmington here. See some, again, some pretty strong winds aloft, and let's see, you have but this is aloft. This isn't necessarily at the ground, but you can see, 63 miles an hour, 63 mile an hour winds. There we go. Words. This is interesting. This is a little surge of wind headed kind of on the north end of this towards Hemingway. Let me switch that there. All right, we might want to watch this in Hemingway and Johnsonville, um, at the very top of the Boeing segment here. This is a place. Actually, there may be a couple. It looks like there's a couple notches trying to develop here. Um, so tornado. Again, no immediate concerns about a tornado, but you'll notice this things I like to look for on the edge of a line. See the little bulge there. Finger can't really get to it, but that bulge there, that little inflow there. There's one, there's two, almost like that seahorse shape. Gonna have to watch that because that could turn into something that could spin up, um, and we'll just need to monitor that closely. Let me get. Let's see here. So I'm gonna need to get ILM up as a. So we're gonna get some additional radar data in to help us here, to help us understand what's what. And yeah, I gotta tell you, Neesmith, Hemingway, those areas, the reflectivity is looking a little gnarly right now. I don't see much on velocity, but definitely something that I'm going to want to keep an eye on here. Let's see, is this going to take it? No, it's not taking it. Let me change this to. Hopefully, this has got Wilmington in here. Yeah, there it is. All right, cool. All right, so looks like a pretty good whale's mouth on Dan's camera here in North Carolina. Let's take this real quick. That's a good looking whale's mouth there. This is the text says Chatham, Virginia, but I think it may be Virginia. Who knows? Dan gets around. He hunts tornadoes, and the tornadoes are certainly going to be more likely to the north. So we will keep an eye on that. We'll bounce back to yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that in northern in the northern sections there of FCX. All right, so we have some questions here about. Whoa, too much. The Mebane area, and we do have some showers and storms that are starting to pop back up. So let's go back to this view real quick. So looking around Greensboro here, we have some thunderstorms here. We have some. There's no statements or warnings or anything on these, but but these storms are going to be, they could pick up, and we'll need to keep an eye on that. Right now, as let's go to velocity. Not really seeing too much of concern. There's some convergence there, and yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the Greensboro area. Mebane, you're over here, and these storms are just to your north. We'll put this in motion so you can see exactly what's what. We have a new tornado warning. So I had a feeling this was going to happen. This is not for Mebane, by the way. This is for that storm that we were looking at just a second ago here. So that is, yeah, I had a feeling, and it's not even up on the screen yet, but it will be, and we'll get you that polygon as soon as we can. Yeah, actually, no, it's not in the place I thought it was going to be at all. So this is going to be for Whiteville, North Carolina. So Boardman, Chadbourne, Whiteville, and Brunswick, North Carolina, tornado warning now. And this is for and this is going to go until 6:30, and this is near Evergreen, moving east at 35. So let's get the velocity data here. And we can see there's your circulation right there around Boardman, kind of broad, but it certainly had that supercellular look on it. And again, these, as I mentioned before, these isolated storms can sometimes be the problem. And so we're going to need to watch this closely. So if your phone went off in these areas, you're going to want to take your precautions. Get to that interior room on the lowest floor. It's going to cross Highway 7. It looks like 701 here in the next 20 minutes or so as this moves eastward. So let's get that on the. Let me move back to that on the storm tracker here real quick, and I can get that. We'll get that tornado warning up for y'all, and we'll get some times of arrival uh, here. So let's do that. Let's get some times here. So Chadburn 617, Whiteville 629, Lake Waccamaw 649, Bolton at 659. And again, the warning extends basically out to Whiteville. Does not extend into Bolton. You're not in immediate danger here, but knowing the speed of the speed of this storm, we have certainly it's moving east about 35. These are moving relatively quickly, so we do want to monitor this very closely. So again, if you're in these areas, if your phone went off, you want to be getting to a safe place in this neck of the woods here. So we have that. We have that going on. Let me go back to. Let's get Charleston out. Y'all, I have so many radar windows, it's not even funny. I have a ton of radar windows right now, as you can imagine. So again, we'll bounce back to that, but let's bounce over to the Charleston radar here. Take a look at our severe thunderstorm warnings too. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Berkeley and parts of Williamsburg up into Florence and far western Georgetown County. Andrews, you're getting it right now. A lot of heavy rain up and down the line here towards Johnsonville. No, that. Oh yeah, that. I guess that is the floater. So, so again, we'll want to watch this closely. 60-mile-an-hour winds are the main concern from this. Right now as this moves east, and there could be some hail mixing in as well. You can see some of the blues showing up, and again, looking from Charleston, this is looking way up in the storm at this point. So we'll go back to what I want to do is get back to the Wilmington radar and get back there and take a close look at that. And again, there's your storms moving. This is going to eventually get into Myrtle Beach. The storms of the south are going to get into Myrtle Beach probably in the next hour or so. So be ready for that. But right now, the tornado warning is up towards Whiteville. And so here's your tornado warning circulation. It looks like another supercell is actually trying to get going around Clarkton too. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Something might be trying to develop there. The rotation is broad. It's certainly not the best looking rotation we've seen, but this can tighten up very quickly and could produce at any time. So again, if you receive the warning, if your phone went off for this, you want to be in a safe place. We'll let you know when it's over. Shouldn't be too long again. I think this goes until this is going to go until 6:30. So so this is till 6:30 again. Rotation is kind of broad. Let's look at the normalized rotation product. It's really not terribly impressive. Looking here, and this is in a decent spot for radar too. So it's not like we're in a hole here. We have a good look at the low levels of this storm, and as we tilt up, there may be something trying to spin there, but definitely has a decent core and is going to continue to move east at 35. You can also see a little rotation on this storm just to the east of Clarkton, but I don't think that's been warned yet. But yeah, this is not. This is. It was looking pretty organized a couple scans ago. You can go back and take a look at that when they warned it, but it looks. It certainly does not look as impressive as it did. Um, so that is good news. Yep. so so again, we'll go back to the storm tracker radar on this and the live scan radar, and we'll again Chadburn. Um, this is gonna looks like this is gonna the worst of this is gonna pass you north, but Whiteville, I would certainly be watching this 701 business 74 US 74 kind of this right here. I'd be keeping an eye on this in Whiteville. Brunswick, close enough to where I want to be in a safe place. Um, just need to keep an eye on this. Again, this is going to get to Whiteville, um, if the radar estimation is correct, around 6:30 ish or so, a little before then. Um, so again, if you're in this area, you want to be taking your precautions, making sure that you're in a safe place. And again, I'm just looking at all the various inputs that we have. No new updates from the Weather Service in Wilmington on the tornado warning. Um, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Nothing really to report so far from the Charleston office either. So that is some good news. Um, yeah. So yeah. So again, we're looking at all sorts of information here. But there's a supercell right there. There's a few lightning strikes around it, some lightning flashes, and again, there's your ETA. Now we do have a question from YouTube about driving from Charleston to Charlotte, areas to avoid, and at this point, I mean, you're going to run into some weather in 26. We'll take the let me take the regional here full so we can show this to you. Um, the satellite radar composite there. There's your cold front, by the way. Your cold front is moving through Knoxville and Chattanooga. That cold front is going to bring some beautiful weather this weekend, um, especially down here in my neck of the woods. I'm very excited for that, but we got to get through this first. But as you're considering, Charlotte down I-77 towards 26, you're going to run into some storms. But really, there's a couple storms firing off to the back, but the risk for severe weather along this corridor is pretty much done. We have this main line here coming through here. This is the area of main concern. This is continuing to push east. So honestly, if you're making that drive this evening, um, you know, if you're going to be, driving this evening, that's, you're going to run into some weather, but it could be worse. We'll put it that way. uh, so let's get back to the live scan here. And again, let me actually turn on the live scan feature so we can monitor this closely. So there's your tornado warning. Again, this is for Whiteville, North Carolina. This goes until 6:30. Storm is not looking terribly organized, but it could reorganize. Here, we've got some arrival times for you showing up again. Chadburn, pretty much right there. We'll zoom in a little bit more to get a couple more stories there. Chadburn, Whiteville. Chadburn, this is going to be to your north. Let's take a look at the velocity here just to understand what we're working with. I'll take the ETAs down there for a minute. Really not seeing much here. A little bit of a convergent signature, and this might be trying to reorganize aloft. Let's use another source of radar to interrogate this. And all right, we will do that. And so using another source of radar here, we'll go to the normalized rotation product again, looking pretty barren here, which is what we like. As we tilt up, though, we do see some evidence of rotation aloft. So the concern is that this could make it down to the ground. There's a potential that it could make it down to the ground and be an issue. Getting some reports of trees on homes in tree on a home in Manning. Um, we have a couple reports of trees down in St. Stephen, um, South Carolina. So, but really, for the Charleston metro, looking okay. Me, yes. I don't know why I didn't do this sooner. And again, folks, we really appreciate everybody hanging in there with us this evening. It's good news is that it's we've been here through worse, and yeah. So we do have questions about the tornado risk for other places further to the south, and it's not zero, but it's very low, and it should be done before dark. I think that's the most important thing. Um, so as we head further south here, let's just we'll stay with this the LTX radar out of Charlotte, and we'll just kind of rock back and forth. I'm just kind of looking at this radar here. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning out that includes Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, and Conway. The severe thunderstorm warning for Berkeley has been allowed to expire. It's stormy there, but those are not severe. This is severe. This is continue. This should make it all the way to the coast around Georgetown and Myrtle Beach. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, Conway, those areas. This warning is going to go until 7:15, and so there's your line of thunderstorms. There may actually, well, let's see here. I would be if I'm in Conway. Okay, so here's the deal. We may be seeing something trying to organize just across the Horry County line. If I'm in Conway, I'd be watching this. Keep an eye on this in Conway. Let's see if it holds up. If it holds up, we may get a warning. They may need a tornado warning on that if that holds up. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now: Williamsburg, Horry, Georgetown, and Marion counties in South Carolina. Take a look at a webcam at a Myrtle Beach here, and this is the. I can get the thing to go away long enough so I can see what it's doing here. I guess not. Yeah, so this is the Myrtle Beach weather stem camera, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. But yeah, I would be the normalized rotation is actually looking pretty good here. We'll see if Wilmington decides to warn on this. If this can hang on, which it looks like it's, you know, the let's see here. There's still something to that, so I want to keep an eye on that. Okay. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes the town of Dorchester, Moncks Corner, Ridgeville, Harleyville, and Bono until 7:15. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Berkeley County until 7:15. So let's bounce to that, and we also need to bounce back on. Honestly, before we do that, let's bounce up to the tornado warned storm near Whiteville. And again, looks like this is trying to organize a circulation now as it kind of goes down 74, the intersection of 74 and 76, where we have business 74 here. So Whiteville, I'd be on your guard here. It looks like this might be trying to organize again in this area. So let's keep a close eye on this. It looks like this just got reboxed actually. And thank you to Sunfloyer on YouTube for the super chat. I really appreciate that. We do because we love to do it and it's important. So let's so there's your a little bit of a notch there. This is towards Whiteville, North Carolina. So let's actually take Dan Whitaker's stream here, and he's running into some trouble there, but it's looking like he's in North Carolina, not sure exactly where. Um, but keep taking a look at that. So again, we're just kind of looking at a just kind of looking around at, the risk for severe. But that's struggling. So we're going to keep the webcams up there. We have Myrtle Beach and Georgetown webcams up, and so we're going to be keeping an eye on that as severe thunderstorm warnings are now out in those areas. But we also have severe thunderstorm warnings now out back under a warning in St. George, Monk's Corner, um, Cross, Bono, Hugie, those areas, and that's going to go until 7:15. So, so we will continue to monitor that here. I'm working on getting stuff out. But yeah, so so we're keeping an eye on that. There's a lot of things that we're watching right now. But again, if you're in Berkeley County, you know, northern Berkeley County, kind of north of Goose Creek, north of Knightsville. Really, this is takes in Cane Bay, but not really Somerville. While we're here talking about it, Somerville, you're right on the cusp of this thing, and there's going to be some storms moving in fairly soon. Um, but we are, but again, I think we'll want to keep an eye on this closely. So again, probably the strongest storm maybe. Let me. Where did it go? Where did it go? Yeah, getting an updated sweep here, but I want to change my sweeps. Where did it go? There it is. All right, so we're going to change the Charleston radar here real quick, and then we'll go back up to our storm in. Just doing a little interrogation here. We'll go back to our storm in eastern North Carolina here shortly. But again, there's certainly a risk for some strong and gusty winds in these areas. But right now, no sign of any rotation or anything like that. But wind is wind. It can cause some problems. Myrtle Beach, Georgetown. This is right on the cusp of y'all as well. But right now, the primary concern for immediate dangerous weather is with this tornadic circulation, possible tornadic circulation. That's near Whiteville, North Carolina, kind of between Whiteville and Clarkton. It's just crossed 701. It's paralleling 74. Let's go to the velocity product here and take a look at it. And it's not nearly as well defined as it was by any stretch. Really not a lot to write home about here. Y'all have seen veterans of the Carolina Weather Group stream have seen way worse than this. But we will, we'll continue to monitor that closely because, there's possibly a report of maybe a wall cloud of some type there. And so that's so we'll keep an eye on that. Now, let's go kind of take the wider view here and take the wider view. And something to note here is that we do have some showers that have sprouted up on the back side of this, closer to the upper low. around Rock Hill and Clover, and these have actually are sub-severe, but they could produce a little bit of hail, some small hail. They could produce 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So Rock Hill, maybe Chester, could get over York right now. Um, a little bit extra for y'all, but again, we're not expecting it to be, um, not expecting this to go severe necessarily, but it is, it's a little parting gift. Um, which is always fun. So let's see here. Cool. So again, here's the wide view. I think let's talk about it. Let's talk about the wide kind of the wide view here. Let's do a little bit of a reset too. Getting close to 6:30, and again, I'm Jared Smith, Carolina Weather Group, Charleston Weather. We're live across our network. We're live on Instagram. We're keeping an eye on that right now. For the Charleston folks on Instagram, we do have some showers and thunderstorms that will be moving through. The best risk for severe weather is going to be to the north, is in the northern parts of Berkeley and Dorchester counties right now. And it does look like that this tornado warning that we have been talking about. So we did have a tornado warning for southeastern North Carolina in the Whiteville area, but this has been allowed to expire. So this is going to expire at 7:30. The rotation is not looking good. And by not looking good, I mean not looking as conducive here. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning around Washington and Belhaven and Vanceboro, Aurora. This is north of New Bern here, and this has a tornado possible tag on it. It may attempt to rotate, so we'll need to keep an eye on that. But really, just to let's once again just reset here, and I'll stop the animation because that's done. But we have severe thunderstorm watches out from southeast Georgia all the way up through the South Carolina Low Country into the PD and the Grand Strand, up through Wilmington, up to really the North Carolina state border. We have a tornado watch that's in effect for places around Raleigh and Greensboro in those areas. We'll monitor that. We're going to continue to monitor that. It has been trimmed back some. If you're in Columbia, Greenville, Charlotte, and Western North Carolina, you may see some additional showers, maybe a thunderstorm or two, but your risk for severe weather is much lower at this point. So again, these are our watches that are in effect across the Carolinas, and we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. But right now, this storm that had a tornado warning on it near Whiteville has become relatively disorganized, and so we are going to be able to let this warning go. So it's going to come off the screen here fairly soon. It'll expire at 6:30. Nothing to worry about there. Let's ride southward. In fact, let's just take the radar network and let's do that. And let's just go down the list real quick. So Myrtle Beach and Georgetown, you've got a pretty good looking thunderstorm with capable of 60-mile-an-hour winds now coming close to the beaches there. So if you're on the beaches there, we need folks to be taking shelter here. We'll take a look at Georgetown real quick and start to see, looks like the shelf cloud has come through there. Got the Georgetown webcam up. Looks like we have the touchdown, not touchdown, the looks like the shelf cloud is coming through, the outflow there. So again, we're going to see, we'll be seeing some wind and rain there before too long. Monitoring that. Taking a look at Myrtle Beach, getting darker. As you can see, a little bit of that whale's mouth starting to kick in as well. So again, in this area, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. We have severe thunderstorm warning out for St. Stephen, north of Somerville in Berkeley County, and Berkeley and Dorchester counties in the Charleston metro area. 60-mile-an-hour winds are the main concern with this storm as well. And so this is continuing to, this is about to get into Monk's Corner. It looks like we've just had, And as we have been talking, the severe thunderstorm watch has been cleared really for the rest of the Midlands at this point. So the severe thunderstorm watch is over in the Midlands. Really now just the Low Country, PD, and Grand Strand in South Carolina, and then all the way up into eastern North Carolina. Now we have this storm near Greenville, Greenville, North Carolina, that we should talk about. Um, Kind of between Greenville and New Bern here, and I'm going to go ahead and get this to the see if I can't get the local radar up here. I can get a little bit of a better view. Where did I put that? Let's see. The radar sites. Should be able to get a little better view from the Morehead City radar, and that's what we're going to do. So again, here's a severe thunderstorm that, while not immediately likely, certainly has the look. It might be trying to spin here. So again, Washington, I think you're okay, but Bath and Aurora in particular, keep an eye on this. This is in eastern North Carolina. This is so Washington, River Road, Belhaven, Ransomville, Blunts Creek, Pamlico Beach, Calico, Blackjack, Wilmar, Edward, Royal, a lot of places in this warning. That is in eastern North Carolina. This is and again, this is Craven, Pitt, and Beaufort County, not Beaufort, Beaufort. It's North Carolina. So we can see here that there may be some rotation trying to develop here. We'll take a look at the velocity, and yeah, you can see. We look at the velocity signature. It looks like there's a bit of a velocity signature showing up, a little bit of a rotational signature, just very near Bath. This is going to be this green and red interface here. That's probably going to be straight line winds, and then we may have a second rotation that's trying to get going near Vanceboro. That looks a little bit weaker. Really, I think the area that that has prompted Morehead City to the Weather Service in Morehead City to identify this as maybe a tornado maker. Not immediately likely. Again, no tornado warning on it yet. And in fact, with that last scan, it looks like it's kind of calmed down a little bit, which is good news. Just surveying our weather offices and all right. So one thing to note is that it looks like the Weather Service has also been having problems today. They've been having trouble with warning dissemination, radar data dissemination, among other things. So we're going to be working through some stuff. It looks like, and so that may impact our ability to show you some things on our graphics. We'll do our best to get you the looks that you need, but we have we'll be doing our best, but we do have some dissemination concerns that may make it a little tougher at times to get the graphics up. The good news is that from what we understand, even though we may be struggling to get some polygons up, your phones would go off if there was something really bad. So that is still working, and really, if you got that, you're in a pretty good spot. So again, eastern North Carolina, right here around Bath and Aurora, this severe storm looks like 60-mile-an-hour winds, but has been exhibiting a little bit of rotation on it. And it's Bath basically, 4 minutes in the past, so basically right over you, and then Belhaven is coming for you guys shortly. Let's bounce down. So again, we're bouncing all over the place because that's what we do. And we'll go to LTX once more with feeling. And there's this line of storms now crashing onto Murrells Inlet, Georgetown area, Myrtle Beach. Pretty gnarly here. Upwards of 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. Severe thunderstorm warning extending all the way to the coast. Maybe a little bit of hail mixing in with this as well, although hail does not seem to be the main concern. It does look like that we have some elevated reflectivity there, so certainly potential for a little bit of hail. I can't rule that out in that neck of the woods there. And then as we go further to the south, we have clusters of thunderstorms in northern Berkeley County that have also prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, if y'all are whatever y'all are seeing, I'd love to know. I'd love to know what you're seeing. If you have any reports, please send them along. That is unbelievably helpful to us as we look at this. And I do not know why. I do not know why that keeps logging me out, but let's monitor this. And so this warning has been updated. Again, it continues until 7:15. Some heavy rain and potential for some strong straight line winds moving into Monk's Corner, Bono, St. Stephen. So again, whatever you're seeing, I'd love to know. Please be sure to send reports as you can get them. And again, we'd love to know what you've got there. So Harleyville, you're out of the warning, so that's good news. But and again, 60-mile-an-hour winds are the main concern. Not really expecting much in the way of hail from that there. But again, anybody watching here, if you have reports, any wind damage or anything like that, please let me know. Just hit us up in the chat. We'd love to talk to you about it because that kind of stuff is important. So again, one of those days. And again, setting this into motion, you can see kind of the progression of everything. And really, if we zoom out even further, there's your storm system. That's a pretty good looking storm system, especially for this time of year, lifting up into, lifting up into the West Virginia and into Pennsylvania, dragging a trailing cold front behind it. Some upper level energy getting worked in there. It's a pretty good springtime setup here for strong to severe thunderstorms, and this continues to crash forward to the east. So again, just monitoring all that, and once again, we continue to monitor the Carolinas. Now you'll notice that there. Before we go too crazy, we do have tornado warnings in Virginia. There are a couple tornado warnings, including some that are approaching the Washington, D.C. area. Now, this isn't the stream for that, but, we have had some people chime in there. We've had some people chime in there and from there. And folks, we want you to be watching your local folks, your local news and everything, to be monitoring that closely. 59-mile-an-hour gust at Myrtle Beach. Wow, it's impressive. So 59-mile-an-hour wind gust at Myrtle Beach with the line of storms that's coming through there now. So that is that would. The severe criteria is 58 miles an hour, so that's right. That's right on where we would. It's right where we would expect for a severe thunderstorm. And again, these are starting to get across through Murrells Inlet up to Myrtle Beach, and this is getting off the coast in the next little bit. But heads up there, and again, heads up. Heads up to our friends in northern Berkeley, Hugie, Monk's Corner, Jamestown, Cross, St. Stephen. Still rough and tumble here. We'll be interested to know, again, if you chime in with any reports that you have. Would love to know. Love to know what you're seeing. And we'll be watching various sources to figure that part out. So that will be. Do that. Do the Book of Faces. So I don't know if everything is getting here. And just just taking a peek at things. There's just yeah, we're busy. Um, so yeah, so we're getting a good look at that. But right now, again, in the Charleston Metro, um, there's your massive thunderstorms. This isn't really a very well organized line. I think as it looks like we're starting to get a little bit more organization down towards Beaufort, but really, um, I'm sitting here in West Ashley right now wondering where is my storm, and I suspect that some of this activity that's firing around Cottageville and Knightsville and Ridgeville and these guys, I think this is probably going to be it at some point. But right now, a little bit of a split again. This is a broken line of storms, kind of what we thought it was going to be. Honestly, I think we can say, it is what we thought it was, but we didn't let it off the hook. And if you know what that reference is, God love you. All right, so taking a peek into eastern North Carolina, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning here that includes Bath and Aurora and Belhaven, and um, this is interesting because there has been some rotation exhibited on it at times. Very broad, very very broad here. Um, 60 mile an hour damaging straight line wind gusts are the main concern, but the Weather Service is watching this. Weather Service in Morehead City is keeping a close eye on this to make sure it doesn't do more. And K Camp, thank you so much. Weather Daddy appreciates the love here, and we all do here at the Carolina Weather Group. So there's your so yeah, again, just really isolated in most cases. Now let's get over to actually let's do something here. Let's peek out. Let's do just switching radars here. Let's take a look at this for you, Greensboro. So you have a line of thunderstorms that's formed here. Again, 40 mile an hour winds with these. These do not look really organized enough to cause severe weather at this point. This white polygon is a special weather statement. So Hillsborough down to Burlington, down 40 towards Greensboro, Pleasant Garden, High Point, Lexington, Randleman, Asheboro, Liberty. These areas, showers, thunderstorms, nothing severe at this point. If that changes, we'll let you know. And again, at least we're not in Virginia right now, where it's much more active. That is for sure. All right. So again, just looking at all sorts of different inputs and information. It's what we do. And again, let's talk about our watches real quick, because we do have severe weather watches. Severe thunderstorm watches stretch from southeast Georgia through the Low Country into the PD and the Grand Strand, Wilmington, Fayetteville, Washington, these areas. Severe thunderstorm watch. Raleigh, Greensboro, still under tornado watch. At least according to this. And it does look like that's the case. So we still have a tornado watch in Greensboro, but I suspect that will be able to be let go here for too terribly long. Not really seeing what we would need to see out of that. So moving back to reflectivity here and taking a look at Charleston, zooming in, and northern Berkeley, still a few showers and thunderstorms moving through. We have some rain moving into places like Somerville and Goose Creek, looking relatively, it'll be heavy. It's not something you'd want to drive in, but looking relatively benign at this point. So that is good news. All right. There's another line of storms that is headed towards Beaufort, and this has got a marine warning on it for gusty winds. But we have another line of storms that's going to kind of clip the north end of Hilton Head, going to Beaufort, southern part of Colleton County. This is now east to 17. Um, so again, in this area, about 7 o'clock or so, if you're on the beaches down here, if you're watching us somehow on the beach, which God love you, um, you want to head inside. And we want you to be safe. That's the most important thing. Um, Further north, as we get further north into Myrtle and in those areas, we're finding that the stronger storms are starting to depart. They're starting to make their way offshore. So Myrtle Beach, you should be in a pretty good spot here soon. Georgetown, still very rainy, still a little windy, and has some thunderstorms maybe training on themselves here a little bit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for precipitation purposes. But the leading edge of the winds, the strongest winds are going to be moving offshore. Now we have a big marine warning out from Long Beach, North Carolina, down to Myrtle Beach, down to Georgetown, really down to South Santee River. So this area. So again, if you're watching us on your boat somehow, Starlink, and again, phenomenal. So. And this actually, yeah, they have this water spout possible tag on that too. So let's add a little fun to that. Oof, mercy. All right. So, and we will reset the radar here. We're gonna do. We did the wrong radar. Try that. And taking a look still at this storm in eastern North Carolina. Belhaven, Bath, on the backside of it now. So any tornadic threat, if there is one, and again, this is you'll notice this has got a little flashing red outline. That tells us that, well, not immediately likely, something could try and spin in this. So that's an indicator from the Weather Service that could spin. And again, let's take a look at the velocity data on it. Where did I put that? Yeah, and again, there's very broad rotation in this, but nothing that's sounding the alarm, nothing really too tight. You need a tighter circulation really to get something to produce. So we're not really concerned about that here. And so we'll continue to watch that. Again, 60-mile-an-hour straight line winds are going to be the main concern, as this will eventually head down to 64. So I'm going to watch that, keep an eye on that, and again, we will do that. So we've got an update to our severe thunderstorm warning in Berkeley and Dorchester, and the update for that is that the warning in Dorchester has ended. The warning has been reboxed to just Berkeley County, and so we'll take a quick look at that right quick. And so there's your thunderstorms there, but you'll notice if you're in Dorchester County, the risk for severe weather has ended for now. Moncks Corner, Hugie, Jamestown, St. Stephen, still in the warning. Cross, you're out of the warning. This is north of Somerville, north of Goose Creek, for potential of 60 mile-an-hour winds there. Where did you go? Where'd you go? All right. And look at the velocity data. Again, not seeing anything that's too terribly concerning, from a spin perspective. I think that's the most important thing. We always worry about a spin perspective, and we're not seeing any of that in this area, thank goodness. But again, if you're, Moncks Corner, Cane Bay, probably getting a pretty decent storm right now. That's to be expected. That's what we expect. And again, if you did see any wind damage, if you do, when it's safe, if you have any wind damage, if you have anything like that, please let us know. Just drop a note in the chat, drop a note to me. We'd love to know, what you're seeing. It's uh, very, it's important. It's important to help the Weather Service folks, verify their warnings so they understand what's happening on the ground. Calibrates their radar, actually, believe it or not. The radar, what the radar reflectivity and what that means on the ground, the velocity there, but all that means on the ground is very helpful. But right now, as we continue to monitor the risk for some stronger storms. Now we do have a couple storm reports. We do have reports of a couple trees down. Let's where did it go? Will this show? Yeah. So here are storm reports so far, and we do have several reports of trees down in northern Berkeley County. We have a couple reports in Clarendon, as we expected, with that impressive with that impressive line that came through there. A couple sporadic reports. We do have a report of a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust in Myrtle Beach. So we do have there, and then there was a funnel cloud near Whiteville from that storm that we were tracking earlier. Certainly things have happened, that is for sure, and we will be continuing to monitor that. So switching over to the LTX radar, trying to switch over to the LTX radar, we might be starting to run into some of those data issues I was worried about. Let me get yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is here. Let's do. All right, there it goes. There it goes. Sometimes you just have to jiggle the cable. So looking at Myrtle Beach and Georgetown, you still have a severe thunderstorm warning here, but the worst weather is definitely offshore at this point. You can see that strong line of thunderstorms. That's moving across into, moving into the Atlantic at this point. And there's potential for water spouts. So if you're watching us on your boat, using Starlink or whatever, keep that in mind. That there's potential for water spouts out here. But the worst of it has ended in Myrtle Beach, Murrells Inlet, Little River. You're on the apex of this, and so you're just now getting into it. Sorry. Long Beach, this is headed your way at some point. Conway, you're now in just more stable rain than anything else. Georgetown, still a little hairy. You're kind of on the southern edge of this, and we've had a little bit of training of rain there. In fact, when we look at the 1 hour precipitation, past hour precipitation, there's not. The radar isn't estimating a ton, but if we look at precipitation rate, if we look at the 1 hour rain rate here, we can see some pockets of some heavier rain, 2 to 3 inches an hour at times. So that's something that we would want to not something that we want to shake a stick at necessarily, but certainly something to keep an eye on. So yeah, Georgetown, you're still in it. You're still getting rained on pretty well. Let's get some of the GLM lightning data up, see what we can see. And yeah, there's definitely some strikes around Andrews and Murrells Inlet. Get down to Monk's Corner, Hugie here, still watching here. You still have a warning that will go for, let's see, it's 6:54, so about another 20 minutes here in northern Berkeley. So Hugie, Monk's Corner, Jamestown, you're still in this warning for the moment. And so you'll be okay. But we'll get you through it. It's just going to be a little rough and tumble for the moment. So yeah, we have this bow echo kind of bowing out, getting offshore here. Switch to we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so that happened. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning. If I could, I am on that radar. That is the radar I'm looking at, and this is what I expected. Is Holden Beach, Long Beach, Shallot. So this is going to go right over the radar site here. And again, this is brand new severe thunderstorm warning from the Weather Service in Wilmington. So the concern is 60-mile-an-hour winds, Bolivia, Long Beach, Shallot. Hopefully that's how you say it. And really down Highway 17. This is south. This is to your southwest of Wilmington proper. But there are storms that will be approaching that will get close to Wilmington. We do have some stronger storms showing up. As we go up the coast, we still have this severe warned storm that's has the potential to be rotating, but we have not seen any evidence of any tornadic circulation at this point, which is good. We have several thunderstorms in eastern North Carolina that have the potential for, again, 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. These are all, at this point, sub-severe. They're loud. They're flashy, but they're not bad. So that is good news. And then let's see. Charlotte. Interesting. Thank you. I learned something today. So keeping an eye on that. And again, just a lot going on. But yeah, if you're in Myrtle Beach, you're back in the rain, but not too much more than that. Again, we're just bouncing around. And so when we look at the low country, take a look at the low country here. Still have the warning in northern and northeastern Berkeley. This is north of Somerville. This is north of Goose Creek, mainly the Hugie areas, Jamestown, Francis Marion Forest, primarily for the risk for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And in fact, I think that, let's see. No, it was that. So we are, still gathering reports from here. Again, we did have some reports of trees down in St. Stephen, which is kind of what we expected would happen. But right now, this is the area in the low country that we are watching. There is another round of thunderstorms moving through Beaufort, but these are sub-severe, and they're gonna head offshore around Beaufort and the north end of Hilton Head. Myrtle Beach, you're going to be raining for a bit, and Georgetown, it's going to rain a little bit harder. We still have some downpours, still have some showers here. Georgetown area, Andrews, Jamestown, still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the moment. We're getting so far no additional reports, which is good. Okay. Just continuing to monitor Weather Service offices and just trying to understand what's what. But at this point, the main severe risk, and again, we do have, talking about while we're on the subject, there are still some storms firing back up in the Rock Hill, up in Charlotte, headed towards Lancaster, headed towards Chester. These are sub-severe, but they are producing 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds. You could see some tiny hail from it, but these are sub-severe. So there you go. We have another round of thunderstorms that's pretty much moved through Greensboro proper at this point, just now to the south. So Randleman, High Point, Saxafaw, Liberty, Ashboro, High Point, Thomasville, Mebane, Hillsboro. There's some showers and thunderstorms moving through here. Again, 40, 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe a little bit of hail, but not seeing anything here that is giving me any concerns, which is very good news. All right. And in fact, the special weather statement just expired there. I'm not sure if they're going to reissue it or not. Again, that's not really an official warning per se. It's just I think so. The severe thunderstorm warning in eastern North Carolina. This is transitioning to a special weather statement. It looks like um, the main threat is going to increasingly become marine, but this is transitioned to. Looks like the organization just isn't there to support this as a severe thunderstorm. We'll keep an eye on it, but for now, that warning is off the board. So really, the only warnings that we have that are in effect are in South Carolina and far southeastern North Carolina. So we'll switch to the. Let's just hang here for a little bit on the Wilmington area radar, and big round of thunderstorms coming out of Myrtle Beach, now moving offshore. Steady rain behind it. Georgetown still getting some downpours in there. It's pretty good ones. Risk for severe weather continues to extend into Berkeley County. We'll see how long that lasts. Weather Service hanging on to the warning there for now. That's going to go until 7:15. So we have about 14 more minutes on that one, unless they decide to cancel it early. And really, in the rest of the Charleston metro area right now, we're doing okay. It's looking a little gray out there, looking a little dark in the west, but really not terribly concerning at this point in the Charleston metro area, which is good news. We'll stay with you on Instagram for the time being there, but so far so good. But if that changes, you're on the stream, we'll let you know. All right. That's not where I want to look. And then all right. So again, watching this, watching these storms here, but really, all things considered, I mean, there's reports of trees down. There's let's take a second and peek at the storm reports again, and we're starting to get more storm reports in, particularly with the line that just went through Myrtle Beach. We have trees down. There's a tree down off of Highway 90 in Conway, and this knocked out some power for folks. If I move my big head out of the way, you can read that. There was a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust at North Myrtle Beach. There's a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust at Myrtle Beach proper. And again, several reports of trees down around Hemingway and then Stuckey. Numerous trees down in the Stuckey area, and this is in Williamsburg County, South Carolina. So we've had, there certainly has been, severe weather today. And, when we go up into North Carolina, we do have that report, the recent report of a funnel cloud in Cerro Gordo. And it was a funnel cloud, but it did not make contact with the ground. It did not reach the ground. So that is good news. But this storm did have a tornado warning on it at one point, but it did not seem to reach the ground. So we are getting storm reports in. And again, if you have anything to report, if you're seeing anything severe, if you're seeing any damage, anything like that, we'd love to hear. We'd love to hear your thoughts and what you're seeing, so we can pass this along to our friends at the Weather Service, so they can understand what's happening on the ground through this event. But this event is, I think if there's one bit of good news here, is that we're seeing this main band of thunderstorms as we look at the wide view here, seeing this main band of thunderstorms starting to push towards the coast. And once that happens, that severe weather threat will end. And so we're starting to see areas get trimmed off of the severe thunderstorm watch. I think that we have they have the tornado watch continuing in Greensboro for a little bit longer. But the front is right on the door, right knocking on the door in Greensboro. In fact, if we'll take another vantage point here. So the sun's coming down. We have a new mesoscale discussion I need to read, but there's a low pressure. There's a low pressure system. It looks like it's been analyzed by WPC that's near Charlotte right now. Tornado watches to the north. There have been numerous tornado warnings actually in the DC metro. It looks like it's very busy up there right now. I can imagine that the Capitol Weather Gang is their hair is on fire at this point with whatever hair they may have. But meanwhile, the front is coming through the Midlands. It is moving into the Midlands, moving through Georgia, um, and we will see over time as this band of showers and thunderstorms moves through. We will see that severe weather risk begin to continue to diminish. Um, so let's just pause this guy real quick. And again, the sun is starting to go down. Um, and so the visible satellite becomes a little less useful as time goes on. But um, let's update you on our warnings. And, we have, we're starting to see, again, we're starting to see parts of the tornado watch get pulled, tornado and severe thunderstorm watches get pulled back, which is great news. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Georgetown, kind of the edge of Myrtle Beach here. I can't imagine that's going to stick around too much longer. Northern Berkeley County still, Hugie, Jamestown, St. Stephen area. There's been some trees down in St. Stephen from earlier storms. Looking further to the south, no severe weather, but we do have a line of storms that's moving into southern Charleston County. Again, sub-severe, but enough that you may want to be inside for a little bit. Heavy downpours, some lightning, certainly possible. But what we're not seeing really is, we've not been seeing the massive severe weather signatures, which is very good news. But again, as we'll take the Charleston high resolution high resolution view here. From Hollywood down to Edisto Beach to just offshore of Hilton Head, now we have a line of showers and thunderstorms that's moving through. This is headed towards Folly. This is going to head towards Kiowa. We have some questions in the Instagram chat about that. So this is headed towards Kiowa. This is headed towards Folly. It's going to be a little windy, a little rainy, but right now no severe warnings on this, and I don't know that we're going to see that at this point. But we'll, of course, my saying that may cause the storms to get upset and decide that they're going to do what they're going to do. But we'll deal with that later. We have some additional showers beginning to pop up now. Goose Creek, Somerville area, Mount Holly, in that neck of the woods there. Hugie, Schulerville, Bethera. This is where your severe thunderstorm warning is. Monk's Corner, it's looking like that the worst of this is now to your east. So I think Monk's Corner proper, especially, you're in pretty good shape. Really, I think the severe threat is clearing now in it seems to be working out of the Lake Moultrie area in general, which is really good news. So Schulerville, still some heavy rain here, maybe some strong winds moving through there. Looking at the velocity, not really seeing anything that sticks its tongue out at me, which is good news, which we love to say. Again, a lot of these gusty winds are starting to head off of the coast here. Still raining a ton in Georgetown. When we look at the, right, let me switch to the, let me have a rain rate product here that is actually really good. So when we look at the rain rates here, we're looking at, some pockets of 1 to 3 inches an hour in some spots. And so again, it's moving fairly quickly, but we could see some flooding in a couple spots. It could be the case here. So let's see. All right. So again, the 3 warnings on the board are the ones that are in Berkeley and the coastal areas of Ori, as if you know, you know, and headed towards Long Beach in the far south of North Carolina, so in Brunswick County. So again, this is some gusty winds, some strong winds, probably straddling the beaches here. So Long Beach, if you're out there right now enjoying a Friday evening, I'm sorry. Weather happens. I like long walks in the beach as much as anybody else, but it's time to head inside in that neck of the woods. Getting questions about we'll go back to Charleston radar here for a second here. Um, Getting questions about the Shem Creek area in Charleston, Mount Pleasant, and there's some broken line of storms here at this point to the west. May see some rain, maybe some rumbles of thunder, maybe some lightning. But again, the severe risk right now, we still have a severe thunderstorm watch. We still could see something, develop. We could still see, some stronger storms try and get going. Um, but we're running out of daylight. It's, things are starting to get on the calmer side. And that's kind of what I figured would happen. Um, it's in fact, when we were looking at we are posting the outlook earlier. Those of you who saw the severe weather outlook, you'll note that the coast was in a slightly lower category of severe weather outlook, and that there's good reason for that. Generally, the probabilities are a little bit lower there. So again, expect some rain, maybe some thunder, but overall, I think we are getting through this pretty well around Somerville and in those areas, and we still have the warning in Berkeley. And that will be ending in a few minutes. So I'm not sure. The fact that the warning has not been extended into Charleston County tells me that they're probably not going to extend it in Berkeley. So that's good news. Line of thunderstorms moving off of Myrtle Beach right now. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning around Long Beach and Southport. Zooming out, it's much busier up in it's much busier for our friends up in Virginia, Mercy. I mean, you don't see all the map there, but all the GIS stuff. But I promise you, it's busy up there where there's a tornado watch up there. And again, we're not really going to peek at that too much here, but I just just wanted to point out that is definitely something that we do that. So I have a good question here in chat. Actually, do some, not all, but some storms tend to dwindle down as the daylight ends? And here in the southeast, especially in our neck of the woods, that often can be the case. You lose the heating of the day, you lose that instability. Storms have less fuel to feed on, and so you'll see that come down. Now, it's not always the case. As noted here, you can see a lot. You can get situations, at night. You can have severe weather at night where you have a strong flow of moisture or warm and moist air. That will that will help fuel the storms. You don't necessarily need the sun for that. You have plenty there, and then you have plenty of wind shear aloft. You have plenty of dynamics aloft to help to force these storms. And so yes, you can get severe weather at night, but we often do see here in our neck of the woods things calm down as we get into the evening. And in this particular case, the main the main forcing for thunderstorms is starting to get offshore. The Weather Service has just noted that the warning over Berkeley County will expire at 7:15. And it looks like the warning is expiring also at 7:15 for Horry and Williamsburg and Georgetown. So that actually, Williamsburg, you're out of the warning. You've been out of it for a while now. So Georgetown, your warning is ending. And so really that's going to leave us with the one right here around Long Beach. And so when we zoom in on that, you see the polygons are here, but this is really the only game in town at this point as far as warnings go. And so what I'm going to do, so what we'll do actually for our Charleston folks, unless things get nutty, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and end the Instagram live stream. Thanks to everybody who popped in, briefly asked questions. If something comes up, I'll come back on, but right now I think you're going to be okay. So we're going to go ahead and end the live stream over on Instagram. We're going to keep it going here on YouTube. And if you want to watch us on YouTube, check if you're in the Charleston area watching on the Charleston Weather Instagram, check my story. There's a link to YouTube there, and you can continue to watch our coverage. But for now, we're going to go ahead and sign off of Instagram. Thank you so much, everybody. And we are going to continue our coverage now here on YouTube and the Charleston Weather Facebook page. for the moment. And cool. Good question here from Mackenzie over on Facebook. Why is there still tornado watch in Lexington, North Carolina until 8 o'clock when the severe weather seems to have passed? Well, yeah, it's honestly, it's a matter of the Weather Service just being able to get there. Um, Warning operations are, it takes a human to do that. It takes a human to cancel that and to cancel that early. And there will be times when they check in to do that. But a lot of times it's not really, it's, it's just a matter of getting to it is really what it is. Um, and they're doing their best. They're working hard. A lot of these offices are short of staff these days, shorter than they have been in quite some time. Uh, and so a lot of retirements within NOAA recently, a lot of folks leaving the federal service. And so these offices, they're busy. And but that being said, you're getting close to 8 o'clock now. Probably we'll see that get canceled, and it'll be all right. Um, so again, the only game in town, really, as far as warnings go, is in uh, southern Brunswick County, and so we have storms about ready to reach Long Beach, Oak Island, Carolina Beach. Your timing is 7:40. I think that seems a little slow, but maybe 7:40 is reasonable. But so we have some time here. We have strong to severe thunderstorms, 60 miles an hour winds possible. Um, and obviously want to keep a close eye on that. Um, let's see here. And again, just clicking around, just looking for reports more than anything else. And I don't know why I keep getting logged out of the Everything app. It's really strange. But yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Berkeley has expired. Severe thunderstorm warning for Myrtle Beach has expired. Georgetown expired. Still have a watch there, but we'll see. But again, as this main band of storms heads offshore, we should see that go away. We should eventually see that, depart. I'm just getting a couple text products out here real quick. And again, I think we're getting through this pretty well. All right. So, all right, cool. So let's see. You just take a peek here. All right, so we have questions about Goldsboro, and that's zoomed in the wrong spot. Questions about Goldsboro. Right now, when we look at the radar here, and I'm going to switch. I think I'm still using that one. Let me get Rax is really close to Goldsboro, and we can get a look at that. So far, so good. Goldsboro, you're looking good. We have some storms to your northwest that are sub-severe. The main band of storms is now to your east, looking pretty good. Still under a watch, but um, yeah, still under a watch. And we do have some folks, asking about the DC area, and again, this is not my usual coverage area, but we do want to note this is notable that our friends at the Capital Weather Gang right now are probably pretty busy, and so I'll just lots of numerous showers and thunderstorms with tornado warnings on them. One south of Baltimore. DC proper is reasonably okay, but to the south here in Maryland, I think this yeah, that looks narnar as we go to velocity. Um, so yeah, there's a definitely some indication of rotation up very near let's see, very near Brandywine and Clinton. Again, it's not our usual turf, but do have some folks from that area who are watching here, and I just wanted to point out that yeah, it's a pretty gnarly situation right now in the DMV. Um, I lived there for a little while, and definitely have been through my fair share of these. So again, if you are, if you're in this area, again, uh, Capital Weather Gang, Washington Post, they're great. Local news, local outlets, they have you covered. We, however, are going to bounce back to the Carolinas because that's where we know. That's and that's not anything against any of y'all from up there. We prefer to cover the areas that we know well, and during severe weather, you want to go with your local trusted source, and we're not really local to there, and so I just if that means you got to go, you got to go, and I get it, but we want folks to be using the trusted local source for imminent severe weather, life-threatening severe weather. That's what we want folks to be doing. So um, we want to make sure that we're doing that. So again, Boiling Spring Lakes, Long Beach, Holden Beach here. Holden Beach, this looks like this is through you at this point. Long Beach coming through right now. Bald Head Island, I don't know if they're going to issue for you, but Carolina Beach, this is headed your way. Just basically the risk for some strong winds. Go to velocity here. Really, the strongest winds are offshore. There may actually be a water spout trying to spin up out there. That's going to stay offshore, thank goodness. And it looks like Dana's on something in North Carolina. Let me. Oh, look at that! Look at that rainbow in North Carolina. Dan, I don't know if you can hear me. Our Storm Chaser, Dan Whitaker, has been out much of the day. He has got this brilliant rainbow up on our air right now. This is beautiful. I'm not sure where he is. Maybe I need to get. I know what I can do. He's probably checking in on Spotter Network. So we're going to fire up our Spotter Network, see if I can't find where Dan is, and I did not log into Spotter Network apparently on this computer, so that's no fun. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out where he is, because that is a brilliant rainbow showing up there. That's the kind of stuff that we like to show. That's the kind of stuff that I would much rather show you, rather than dangerous storms. Rainbows are great. Big fan. So let's see here. So let me. I'm just trying to looking at some of the spotters here. I don't think. Okay, so Dan is actually in. Okay, so Dan is actually in Virginia. He's just north of Chase City. Sorry, Dan, I doxed you here a little bit. But yeah, this is in Virginia. That's in Virginia actually, and it looks like we just lost him. Oh no, there it goes. But yeah, that's a beautiful view of a rainbow there, and this is just over the border in Virginia. So again, in southern North Carolina, in the Carolinas, as far as warnings go, this is the only game in town. Storm moving east at 54, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible, relatively small hail if there's any hail at all. This is the main game in town as far as warnings go. So we will, we're going to continue to watch this, but that main line is getting offshore. And again, as we get into the evening here, the severe weather threat in the Carolinas is going to diminish and is honestly starting to diminish already. We've been seeing bits and pieces of the watch get trimmed back, and that is good. Now that with that in mind, there's still storms. There's still weather happening, and we'll put this into motion here. We have some storms around Charlotte that have been pulsing up again, staying sub-severe. Uh, uh, but around Monroe, there's 40-mile-an-hour winds possible. Here in Lancaster, 50-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some small hail uh, possible. So, um, so yeah, definitely things that that we want to keep an eye on there. But nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. Just a bad thunderstorm. Yeah, and again, we have one severe thunderstorm warning, and that is currently for Long Beach, Oak Island, in that area. Um, and this warning is, and this warning continues. This warning continues until 7:30. At 7:26 now, we'll see what they decide to do as far as the warning. If they extend it east, or if they just, it looks like, well, no, I think we've got the answer there. Severe special weather statement. So again, there's thunderstorms, but the severe risk there is diminishing. So that is unquestionably good news. I mean, I think that is unquestionably good news. Let's continue to let's talk about our watches real quick because we still have watches out. Um, Severe thunderstorm watch continues from kind of the coastal southeast Georgia counties to the low country of South Carolina into the PD, and then we get into Wilmington, Fayetteville, Raleigh, and company. You're still under a tornado watch. I don't know how much longer that's going to last, but there's still a tornado watch in that area, so we want to keep an eye on it. But that tornado watch is going to end at 8 o'clock, so that tornado watch will be coming to an end soon. Um, and so we have just looking around. The front itself is getting through getting through Charlotte. Let me clean up some of this. Clean up some of this data here real quick, and let me do that, and I will get us a look at the. Kind of get us a look at the overall situation here. So here's the current surface map, and again, there's your cold front stretching down, getting close to Charlotte now. There's a little bit of a low pressure wave along it that might be helping to instigate some of these storms that we're seeing here. Um, but there's but again, these are going to be sub severe at this point. The main band of thunderstorms is moving offshore. That's some special marine warnings showing up, but the main band is moving offshore. We still have severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Just mentioned that, a little bit of a trough right here, a little bit of an outflow boundary possibly. Scattered storms going on, but at this point, when it comes to severe weather warnings, we no longer have any severe weather warnings um, on the map. So that's what we like to see. So here are your watches. Not sure how much longer these will be in effect, if we're being honest with ourselves. And again, when we animate the satellite and radar, put that into motion here, it does look like now that all of the severe thunderstorm warnings are either off the board or being allowed to expire. So with that in mind, what we're going to do, let me go. Gotta find that. Let's see. Yeah, let me so get that over here. So what we're going to do in the next 5 minutes, I think we're going to start to bring our coverage to a close here, and that'll be Well, good for that's a good sign when when we sign off. It's usually a good sign, right? Um, so just continue to watch these showers and thunderstorms move there. And again, we have the watches in effect. I fully anticipate that most of these watches will be going away over the next couple hours. The tornado watch in Raleigh is going to go until 8 o'clock. We're about 30 minutes off of that. Wouldn't surprise me if they expired it a little early. In fact, I would be stunned if they didn't expire it a little early at this point. Um, and so, so we have some, additional showers and thunderstorms that'll move through, and we'll be dealing with that. But uh, otherwise, I think we are getting to a point where the event is coming to an end. And again, let's some of the recent storm reports. I'll go. I'm going to go grab those here real quick. And we've had some we've certainly have had some storm reports and some things to talk about. Some recent reports here. 45-mile-an-hour gusts around Beaufort. Again, some trees down in northern Berkeley County and the Charleston Tri-County area. Several reports of trees down in northeastern Williamsburg County. Um, Wind gusts to 58 and 59 miles an hour in the Myrtle Beach area. A marine buoy reported a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust just off of Sunset Beach, the Sunset Beach buoy. So that's pretty impressive. Had a funnel cloud in Whiteville. Yeah, I think we are. We can kind of look at the progression of these reports over time, and you can see where the wind damage. We had a swath of wind damage in Columbia, or south of Columbia rather, and in the Augusta area with some nasty storms that we were covering a couple hours ago. But overall, I think that we are, again, we're getting through the end of the event now, and we still have watches out, but I think but again, those are going to be trimmed back over time. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and send you back to the Carolina Weather Net, which will have we'll have a live radar, warnings, all the things that you need to know. If a tornado warning happens to decide to ruin my dinner, I'll let you know, and we'll jump back on here. But for now, for James Brierton and Dan Whitaker, I'm Jared Smith here in Charleston, South Carolina. Thank you for watching our coverage, and we look forward to and we look forward to seeing you maybe on our next show on Wednesday. We have Michael Lowry, who used to work for FEMA, among others, in the Weather Channel, going to talk hurricane safety and preparedness with us. Hurricane season starts on Sunday. Yay. And you can't have this, and this is why we can't have nice things. But in any event, we're going to go ahead and get back to net here. So I will go ahead and get signed off. And thank you to everybody for watching. And don't forget, we have a podcast. We, Carolina Weather Group, we every Wednesday night live podcast. And you can get us on wherever you get your podcasts. Search for Carolina Weather Group. And thanks to you also who super chatted and donated and joined us as members on YouTube. I really love you guys for that, and very, very much appreciate it. So let's see. And so I'm just getting some final instructions on how to sign off here. I didn't realize we're doing some interesting things here. So, all right, cool. Well, we're going to go ahead and stop the stream now. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.